Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the February 2nd, 2023 Indiana Recycling Market Development Board meeting. Appreciate everyone's attendance this morning. 9 o'clock, we'll convene the meeting. The first order of business is consideration of and approval.
Bruce, can we do the Zoom
Oh, yes, Deanna,
housekeeping first real quick?
we'll do your housekeeping.
All right, this is for those on Zoom. So thank you for joining us today. Deanna Garner, Recycling Market Development Program Manager for Items Office of Program Support. All microphones are currently muted. For attendance tracking, please take a moment to write your name and affiliation in the chat box. We will be taking questions and comments from participants at today's meeting. All participants will be able to unmute themselves and ask questions or make comments at the appropriate times when called upon. If you have a question or technical issue during the presentation, please use the raise hand or chat feature. To access raise hand or chat, at the bottom or top of your screen, depending on the device, you'll see a menu bar. You may have to move your mouse or touch the screen for the menu bar to pop up. In the middle of that menu, there is a chat icon, which you can click on to show the chat dialog. You should also see the raise hand option. Please utilize the raise hand or chat features if you have any questions or comments, and you'll be called upon at the appropriate time. For those on the phone, if you have a question or comment, you can raise your hand by pressing *9, and we will call on you at the appropriate time. When called upon, you'll need to unmute your phone by pressing *6. If any members of the media have joined us, please If any members of the media have joined us, please utilize the chat feature or email media@idem.in.gov if you have any questions or if you would like to schedule an interview. This meeting is being recorded and will be posted on IDEM's website at recycle.in.gov. And with that, I will turn the meeting back over to Bruce Burrow.
And again, good morning. Dara just recently joined us, so welcome. And I do wish each and every one of the board members and everyone in attendance Happy New Year. We were at the point of consideration and approval of the October 27th, 2022 Recycling Market Development Board meeting minutes or transcripts. Do I have a motion to approve? Motion. Second. Any additional discussion required? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much. Next order of business will be IDEM's update. And for that, we will have Parvati Stover, who is the Chief of Staff. Welcome and thank you this morning.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks so much for having me today. My name is Parvati Stover and I'm IDEM's Chief of Staff. The commissioner apologizes that he wasn't able to join you guys today, but unfortunately sent you or me in his place. He did ask that I pass along his appreciation for the work that the board does every year. We know that it's incredibly time consuming to do the work that you do and evaluate and award the recycling market development grants. But they are an amazing resource. They provide such a great benefit to Indiana's economy and strong manufacturing base. And they help drive job creation and recycling markets and provide many circular economy benefits. So the work that you guys do every day is greatly appreciated by our staff. Since 2008, I'm told these grants have resulted in funding for 125 projects, totaling over 12.6 million, creating an estimated 964 jobs and diverting over an additional 1 million tons of recycled materials annually. So that's a pretty huge accomplishment that I think we can all be proud of. So what have we been up to lately at IDEM? Obviously, it's everybody's favorite time of year, legislative session. So that's what's been consuming most of our time. Our big legislative priority this year is Senate Bill 155, carried by Senator Niemeyer, which will allow us to raise our air permitting fees for our air program. As you may know, we may have discussed here before, the Clean Air Act requires that we only use fee revenue to run the program and that we can't supplement from general fund or federal sources. So we've unfortunately gotten to the point where our fee revenue has declined enough that we're no longer able to run the program. So we are looking at that legislative option to allow us to pursue a rulemaking through the Environmental Rules Board. So our fees today consist of a base fee and an admissions-based fee, and we're looking at raising the base fee to give us a little bit more stability in our revenues. So there are a lot of other bills we're tracking this session, but that's kind of our primary focus and the primary priority of ours moving forward. Another potential legislative item that we are keeping an eye on, as I'm sure you guys are also, is an expansion of the Central Indiana Waste Diversion Pilot Program that I know you guys are going to be discussing later this morning on the agenda. Representative Speedy's bill, House Bill 1512, would expand the pilot for another 2 years and allow for an additional round of grant funding to be authorized. So we think the whole idea of the pilot is a great idea. I think our caution is just that we don't move too quickly, that we kind of see the results of the first round and see what the tenor of the board is before we move too quickly in that. We need to make sure funding is being used in a really meaningful way that produces results. So we're really looking forward to the conversation today and the conversation on that bill in the State House. And that's all I've got to update on today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. And next on the agenda, we have a finance update from Hillary. And I apologize if I mispronounce, but Alder.
You say all the letters, it's okay.
Aldred, Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hillary Alderette, IDEM's Chief Financial Officer. I joined the agency in March of last year. So this is my first recycle board meeting. I'm happy to be here and present to you the status for fiscal 22. So the first, this is just an overview slide of how the solid waste management fee is divided, and it funds each of the two funds, the recycling and the solid waste management fund. 25 cents is given to each fund from a total of 50 cents charged per ton for solid waste disposed. And this is an overview of what about 32 million since 1991 has been funded. This is an overview to show you how the fees work their way into each respective funds. So we have revenue collection and distribution. It gets split evenly into the state solid waste fund for community and recycling operation expenses, and then the recycling fund for projects. This is just to show you how, again, another way of what the Recycling Promotion Assistance Program, or RPAP, does. It's about 2.2 million. So we award 2 million each year, and 200,000 of that appropriation is used to support operating expenses to run the fund. This is a trend showing since 2018 of the allotments and appropriations for the fund and the awards we've been allowed to disperse. COVID reduced our allotment to disperse in 2021, but the last 2 years we've been able to award the total 2 million intended for this fund. In 2022, this is our collections. So we can see here the solid waste, we received about 2.4 million. And in the Recycling Promotion and Assistance Fund, we received 2.6 million. That fund receives an additional about 100,000 or so from the e-waste registration fee, which is why you don't see it an even 50-50 split, for a total of about 5 million each year. And this is our ending cash balances for fiscal 22. For the State Solid Waste Management Fund, we ended at 6.5 million in cash. And for the Recycling Promotion and Assistance Fund, it was about 16.1 million. And just to keep in mind of how cash flow works, so this year's appropriation of 2.2 was subtracted from that total. And with House Bill 1226, the $4 million pilot program, that will also be subtracted from this cash balance, which leaves you around about a $10 million cash balance if we spend all of that appropriation. Any questions?
So that's the balance, full balance in that fund.
Correct, ending cash balance for fiscal
I'm
22.
surprised it's not more than that.
Well, each year, so it has grown, and it is a considerable balance considering we only receive about 2 million, 3 million each year. But due to the appropriation staying constant at 2 million, that's why the fund has allowed to grow. That's a good question. Anything else? All right. That's the exciting part. Thank you.
I apologize. I'm thinking after your presentation and question opportunities, can we mail in questions? Because I'm curious as to why the recycling fund is at such a much higher balance than the solid waste fund. Obviously, with the demand for improving recycling, and how can we invest more of that money for projects that may really benefit the state?
So the statewide solid waste fund also supports match for a PPG grant, which is why that balance is nowhere near the balance of that fund. So that's another big chunk that gets taken out. And I think their appropriation is a little bit larger than the recycling fund. So this, through spending down the balance with the pilot programs, will be able to utilize those funds better. Yeah, I would recommend though to keep in consideration one-time projects due to the revenue. So we do have a large balance in that fund right now, but our revenue is only about 2 to 3 million each year. So we want to maintain that long term. But I do agree, we do have a considerable balance to look at opportunities.
And I think everyone on the board agrees that we're very, very selective on how we invest the state's money. And we want to see a return on our investment. So, I mean, there is a sizable amount of money there. And if something comes to the table that requires a larger amount, you know, we shouldn't just turn a blind eye to it. You know, if we have monies available, you know, it's something we may come to you and say, is there any way that we can help?
Yeah, but we've got a lot of room for discussion. Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much. I apologize.
No, that's
for my
okay.
delay in
No, it's-
questioning, but when you get older, you're slower to
That's
think.
okay. And we're happy to have additional discussions if needed. If you think of something, we're happy to talk.
Thank you.
Could you make your report available to Deanna so she could distribute that? to-
Absolutely. Yep.
That's in your board packet available on the board's team already.
Sorry, got to. Anything else? If you think everything else, let me know.
Thank you so very much. The next order of business is the Office of Program Support update. Mr. Carl Woodridge, Deputy Assistant Commissioner for the Office of Program Support.
Thanks, Bruce. Yeah, I've got a few updates. Wanted to introduce a few people. I don't know if there are some new folks. I'm sure you guys all know Bob Luger, our Assistant Commissioner. And then we also have our new External Relations Director from our Communications Office, Natalie Rodriguez. Raise her hand. So she's a very recent addition to our staff, and we're excited to have her on board. And everybody knows Pat. And some of the recycling staff, and Tom knows everybody as well, so I just want to make sure you guys knew who Natalie was. And something I forgot to mention at my first meeting in October that I feel like I should mention is that I have a family history with solid waste and recycling that I forgot to share. I can't believe I forgot to share that last time. So I wanted to share that with you all. My grandfather and a couple of my uncles actually started a trash business called Routes Disposal in the Chicago suburban communities up there, and ran that for 40 years, I think, before they sold it to BFI. So, so I have a long family history with this industry. So it's kind of exciting to be back in it. So I wanted to make sure I shared that. My first update is not sure you guys are probably aware there's a whole lot of bill money floating around, and one of a couple of opportunities that we're looking into is the solid waste infrastructure and recycling grant opportunity. We're kind of right in the midst of that whole proposal process. So it's an opportunity for states and territories that was recently announced right before the holidays. What's that?
By the EPA.
By the EPA, yeah. And it's providing $275 million total for fiscal years 2022 through 2026 for grants authorized under the Save Our Seas 2.0 Act. EPA is going to make available $30 million in fiscal year 2023 for states and territories to improve post-consumer materials management programs through planning, data collection, and implementation of plans. So that funding is non-competitive for states and territories. So we will find out what our award is based upon resource factors evaluated by EPA, such as budgets, personnel, state and local solid waste plans, data collection implementation, as well as other waste reduction implementation plans. So funding can be used for 3 different categories of activities. The first being development and updating plans to advance post-consumer materials management. Second being develop, strengthen, and or implement comprehensive data collection efforts that demonstrate progress toward the national recycling goal and food loss and waste reduction goal. Or the third is supporting state-led implementation of plans to advance post-consumer materials management. So Commissioner Rockensus already submitted a notice of intent on behalf of the state to participate. We will be providing the first portion of a draft work plan. We submitted that on January 27th. They call it a draft work plan, but it's not really a work plan. It was answering 5 questions that help them determine how much funding each of the different states and territories is going to receive based upon those responses. So we will hear about that in April and find out what our Indiana allocation may be based on that evaluation by EPA. And then final work plans will be due by May 31st of this year. And then we'll get a notification of our funding amount and award. I think in June is when they want to do that. Is that right, Pat? June is when they want to award. So we're pretty excited about that. And then there's another opportunity that is a competitive grant application for recycling education and outreach grant under this same similar funding opportunity. We're looking at approximately $300,000 for that for a statewide education and outreach effort. Third thing I wanted to mention was Governor's Awards. We're accepting nominations until 5 p.m. on March 6th, the first Monday of the month. And there are 7 different categories: energy efficiency and renewable resources, environmental education and outreach, 5 years continuous improvement, greening government, land use and conservation, pollution prevention, and then recycling and reuse. So we've got Karen Taliha in our office has been working on this. She's updated the application for the awards, which I think will be helpful for everybody involved, both the folks nominating, either self-nominating or if you're nominating somebody else. It now is a fillable form online that actually populates everything into a spreadsheet for her and for the review committee. So it will be really awesome. And those awards are announced at our Partners for Pollution Prevention Conference that happens annually in September. So if you know of some good projects, our website is updated with all of that new application information. So and then my last 2 updates, we've got a really exciting PFAS firefighting foam collection project that we've been working on for a little while now. And we have collected almost 32,000 gallons from 220 sites across the state. Those sites being local fire departments. And it's a partnership between IDEM, Homeland Security Department, and the State Fire Marshal's Office. So we have spent about $1 million on that now. So we have another year and about $500,000 yet we can spend to collect additional firefighting foam over the next year. And then lastly, the community recycling grant program did its recent application round, and we awarded $513,000 for 16 different So, any questions? Gary?
What are you doing with the PFAS collected?
So we have the state has a contract, and I forgot to mention that the Indiana Finance Authority is also part of that team. They're running the contract and the money is funneling through IFA. So we have a contract with US Ecology. They're collecting it and solidifying it and disposing of it in a landfill, I believe in Idaho. Is that correct, Bob? Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
It's a, entombment house, so it's one pretty much in the solid rock.
Yeah.
Same place, the, Michigan bone. Thank you.
other question? Thanks, Bruce.
Thank you very much. We appreciate them. Next item on the agenda is a review of the status of the existing grants by Ms. Deanna Gardner.
Hi, thank you. So we go back a little bit because we have a 3-year grant agreement and a 4-year grant agreement out there. So fiscal year 20, we have Munster High School had a 3-year grant agreement that's just going to be wrapping up, I believe, in a month. And we're still working with them to get those final reimbursements. That was just kind of to help them collect recyclables after school. Growing Green is still working and we're getting progress updates, but I haven't really heard anything new on there, so I will keep the board updated on them. Fiscal year 21, actually, everything's closed out. Fabulous. Fiscal year 22 is our last grant round before this last October. And that's when all the supply chain issues started arising for many companies throughout. So all the equipment has been purchased. 2 grants have been closed, but of the other 6, they all needed grant amendments, extensions for time to get the equipment to arrive and set up and working and functioning. So it's still, on progress to be completed as planned, just taking a little bit longer. A lot of the timeframes after they order the equipment was like 18 months out on delivery. So that's the new environment that we're kind of working and dealing with. So we'll have to keep our eye on that as we look at awarding grants in the future too, I think. So with that, fiscal year 23, last October, we have half of the grant agreements already executed. Waiting on the auditor of the state to get a few things done on 3 of them, and 1 of them should be signed within this week for their execution. So they're all on track to get started with the new round.
Very good. Thank you, Deanna. Next item on the agenda is obviously what everybody's waiting on, so we might as well get to it. But prior to moving forward, I would just want to make sure that everyone that has conflicts of interest have identified those and notified Mr. French with regard to that. For the record, I will be abstaining from voting on 3 applications. One being the application by Indianapolis Motor Speedway, one being Republic Polymers LLC, and one being Waste Management of Indiana. All because my primary employer, which I guess I am part of, has a work relationship with those companies or members of the grant representative. So, and during that process, I normally just hand off the meeting to Ms. Uyghur, who is vice chair. Are there any other, Harry?
I need to excuse myself from the plastics recycling application, because if that grant is funded and implemented, it would impact Southside landfill. So I must withdraw from that.
Thank you.
Hey, Bruce, you just want to go ahead and right now, if we've got some, just let you know now,
Cause
because I've already got my paperwork, I just want to make sure I didn't know if you needed the blunt during the meeting.
yes, please, because when we call for votes, it'll be,
So I need to withdraw from plastic recycling, Workforce Incorporated, and the Waste Management due to our business relationship with ERA.
plastics, workforce,
Yes.
plastic recycling,
and then waste management now if they
okay.
acquired grades.
And then Bruce, this is Craig Lutz.
Yes,
I need
sir.
to recuse myself from Republic Services.
I wonder why, Craig. Thank you.
Touche, Bruce.
I know how you feel. Right, with that said, what I would like to do is get a little more detail on some of the applications that I did review. And hopefully find some little nuggets of gold in your presentations so that we can move forward and make these awards. So with that said, hopefully everyone's prepared to come up and explain their project a bit and take questions. The first company we have on our list is Cascade Asset Management. Our contacts listed are Neil Peters, James Ellison. James Ellison here. Mr. Ellison, would you like to come up, please? Welcome. Thank you. And from what I recall, this is with regard to flat panel television recycling systems, correct?
Absolutely. So, over time, obviously, the previous generation CRTs were a big issue. Now that fortunately, we're seeing less and less of those coming through. Now everything is LCD, which presents, its own challenges. So, we're trying to partner with a company, out of the United Kingdom that developed and builds completely enclosed robotic systems that disassemble LCD panels. It self-loads, it produces a much cleaner waste stream, which allows us to be able to recover much higher value from the components inside. I know there's some other folks in the room that also work with these types of materials. Give us a much cleaner stream for the recyclables as well. And also we don't have to ship them somewhere else to be processed. And actually everybody in the United States is currently just shredding them. There's one other company in the US who's getting this exact system installed in Pennsylvania. We would be only the second one in the country to have this technology. We're excited about it. It has the ability to process, greater magnitudes than the manual disassembly does. And there's no exposure to any of the mercury or anything else, any of the harmful contaminants that are contained in LCD panels. That's just kind of a real short, high level, kind of review of our application. Were there any specific questions?
How big a footprint does this machine take up?
The model that's shown here, about 40 or 50 feet wide by about 40 or 50 feet long. And then the height, depending on how the duct work is done for the capture of the dust, maybe 20 or 30 feet.
So explain to me, you remove the screen, take out the LCD components behind the screen.
Yep.
What happens with the rest of it?
The machine will actually sort, and it's completely encapsulated, so there's no dust, there's nothing, everything is all contained in the machine. We'll be able to harvest the boards clean, without any contamination from the mercury from the LCDs. And then we'll hopefully, as long as the market stays viable for, boards and things like that, can capture those precious metals at a much higher rate than shredding does. Shredding is basically just produces a contaminated waste stream because now, you've taken separate contaminants and just, made them into a mix. So this does not do that. This separates the contaminants out.
Now, is there a separate component that actually captures the mercury?
It's
Or is it just contained?
It's contained in there. The dust collection system deposits that into steel drums at the end.
And disposal on that mercury contaminated waste
Yep.
is at what cost?
It honestly, it varies. We use Veolia as a downstream, as a certified downstream processor for that. I would have to get back to you on the exact, cost per pound.
Trying to look at the sustainability of the project after the grant round, in all honesty. Yeah, and whether or not it's going to continue to be successful without additional monies.
We believe so, absolutely, we believe so. As the market continues to shift to newer technologies, LCDs are still gonna be around for a long time. So just as some companies have CRT cutters where they can, de-lead the glass and things like that, I mean, those are gonna be legacy things for a long time to come. Our CEO quoted in here, hundreds of thousands of LCD panels come through our facilities every year between Wisconsin, Indianapolis, and our place in Orlando. So the product availability to us isn't going away anytime soon.
So you say you're placed in Orlando and another location,
Wisconsin.
so you are doing this currently? Or something similar?
We're doing it, but we're doing it manually, or we're sending them downstream to be shredded. Just, we don't have the capabilities in-house to do that.
I'm just trying to do what should be quick math that this turned into not math.
Well, if you have facilities in Wisconsin and Orlando, why did you choose Indianapolis to put this specific technology into place?
Crossroads of America, greatest city in the world. No. Honestly, I've been a big proponent of it. I've been with Cascade 7 years now. I've brought the grant opportunity, to my boss and said, hey, you know what? This is kind of, middle of the country. We do service customers coast to coast. Just the logistics capacities here are greater than in Wisconsin and Orlando. And we've got a pretty good sized building. So we've got room to accommodate the equipment. That's why we picked Indianapolis over the other two.
So the computer you guys will have in place, it'll be able to basically take pictures of the LCD when it goes into the machine, and then your robots will come out, zip screws out down to the next
Yep.
section, so on and so forth.
Yep.
They'll get a clean
Yep.
piece of product to be in.
Absolutely. In the packet, there's some pretty detailed scale drawings of the different sections of the machine. So the operator simply loads them in, kind of like, I guess CDs or records or what have you. And then as it goes, it'll open it up, bring in the next one, close it, process it, continuously throughout the day.
May I ask, your total project cost includes solely equipment? It does not include any labor, disposal of your mercury contaminated material, anything like that?
Correct. We'll have other, just based upon what we do, there's other equipment that has those same disposal needs. So when we won't segregate that disposal out from the rest of our disposal.
Is there a size limitation on the LCD that you guys can put in there, or the TV?
Currently it's 65 inches.
Okay.
So, mostly, we don't deal with many household consumer goods at all. It's typically 20-something-ish monitors, just like the one here, that are coming out of companies. The cut line for the resale market is about 20 inches, 22-ish inches. There's just no value in them. From a secondary standpoint, if you can buy a used 22-inch monitor for $25 or a brand new one for $40, everybody's just gonna buy a brand new one. And everybody likes new stuff, right?
Can you explain a little bit more? I'm not really familiar with this particular recycling process. You mentioned that this equipment would have higher resource recovery rates.
Absolutely.
Can you give me a sense of the scale? Like what, with the current shredding process versus this new piece of equipment, what increases are we talking about?
The shred, I cannot speak to, but I can get you that information from our downstream processors. Our partner in the UK was saying, actually, I just spoke with them yesterday. Their recovery rate is I've got it right here. I have to find my notes, I apologize.
And partly I'm asking because I'm curious about
Sure.
the metals and what industries those will then be able to be recycled and
Sure.
feedstock for.
We recycle our metals locally. Our plastics are also recycled locally, by some folks who are in the room. I don't know if I'm allowed to say who. So the idea is to try and keep as much stuff local as we can, just to keep the footprint down from freight costs. The resource, the recovery rate, he was telling me, see, they ran 70 metric tons last year. And so their recovery rate difference between their shredding operation previously and this operation was 350 sterling pounds per metric ton more, which I will have to convert that and get back to you.
Okay.
Because I do not know how to equate sterling pounds and metric tons off the cuff here. But I do have those figures and I can absolutely get those to you guys. But the biggest thing is just trying to keep it local. Not shipping stuff all over the country, be taken apart. It's pretty low value material anyway. So if we can try to minimize our cost, obviously that helps us be more successful, but just, it also decreases our footprint.
Deanna, on our sheet, it says 2,000 flat panel screens. Was that coming from the application?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's the.
I mean, at that rate, it's $545.
Kind of having is.
I can buy the TV for as much as it costs to pull the glass off of the old one.
It's 2,000 tons.
2,000 tons.
Right.
Thank you. I thought it was 2,000 units. No.
Is the 2,000 tons coming from the improvement of the technology, or is it more volume that you can?
More volume.
More volume.
Yeah.
So really, it's not so much a difference of the shredding to the robotics, it's bringing in more.
It's both too. It's both, because you're producing more and it's a cleaner stream.
Yeah, I guess maybe trying to revisit my earlier question. I'm trying to wrap my brain around, we're trying to come up with innovative pilot projects. What with the shredding, like what percentage of that is able to then be recycled versus with this new technology? How much is that
The yield
percentage?
difference.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to dig
Sure.
into, which again,
Okay.
you may not have those numbers.
I currently do not, but I absolutely can get those. So I'll make myself a note to get back. Fortunately, like I said, with our partner being in the UK, I'm not sure of his availability.
Doesn't matter if it's 3 a.m. Give them a call.
So wake up, Craig.
Any other questions from board members? Mr. Gratz?
And you said it's basically a cleaner processing and shredding. What happens when they shred it with all the mercury, things like that? How is all that captured compared to yours? Is it
Ours, this system is 100% capture. As far as the shredding goes, we don't shred. I would have to get that data to you as far as what the recovery rate is in the mercury and all of those things. That we're just not equipped for it.
I guess if they're shredding, where does all that mercury go? If they're just putting it in a shredder or?
Yeah, it's gotta be, based upon our environmental management standards through e-stewards. Our downstream processors are audited to make sure that they're meeting the same e-steward standards, and I can get you that final disposition data.
Ms. Whitehead, I know you're online. Do you have any questions?
Shake her head no.
I want to clear one thing that you said earlier. This is not it's not intended to capture screens from residential homes.
Correct.
It's for businesses and large.
Yeah.
So would you be taking screens from the collectors that we have in the state that collect from residential homes? Or
if.
I mean, is this gonna benefit the residents?
It certainly could. I mean, we do, public drop-offs. We just, most of the bigger collection events, we really haven't engaged with those. We're happy to receive, you know, like I said, from residents. They can drop off. We're open Monday to Friday, 8 to 4:30. Yeah, so.
Any other questions?
And I think with the increased capacity, we can absolutely look at that. You know, being able to accept more of those materials from the general public.
And say you would have a larger screen, because you said you can only do 65 inch. If there is a larger screen, you have within your company ability to process that larger screen.
That manually. Yeah, you just lay it on a big old workbench. Or if it's big enough, 2 workbenches, part by hand.
I guess the process here, for this grant round won't allow for submittals of information beyond the end of this meeting, because the monies will be awarded.
Okay.
So we can give you the opportunity at the end of the presentation to answer some of the questions you've been asked,
Absolutely.
if you'd like.
Yeah.
We might get to that point, no promises,
Sure.
but you may want to get to have those answers prepared, if you will.
Yeah, if I could step out for a moment and
Please do.
wake up my colleagues.
Thank you very much for your input thus far.
Thank you.
With that said, let's move on to Cubia Recycling. And this, Mr. Brazel,
Yes,
welcome.
welcome. I do have some handouts and some visuals if you'd like to see them.
You went through the effort of putting them together, we'll be more than happy to look at them.
Okay.
We can pass, we can do the pass around back.
There are some small ones you can look at, well. I'll be doing it. And some of these. May not be enough, but
Thank you. Thank you very much.
also have a 3D model if you'd like to see that as well. Can really show how it actually works. We chat with them.
Different than mine.
I believe over there. Like to see. Yep, yeah. Very good.
Have this joint.
I got it.
Oh.
You guys doing
Great. Happy Groundhog's Day, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a very good point. Hopefully so.
Yeah, let's see.
Good evening. If you want to hear it, you know, we'll can do that as well.
Great, if you would, please, kind of give us an introduction of your company and where you're at today.
Yes, my name is Lester Brazel. I'm the founder of Cubia Recycling. We are a startup company, which is an offshoot of my other company called Pick Up Pallets. I've been in the pallet industry for over a decade. I was regional manager for the 3rd largest pallet pooling pallet company in the United States. And we are ready to change the way we recycle. Pretty much it.
So you're going to use shipping containers stacked one on top of the other very nicely, I may say.
Yeah, these are micro material recovery facilities. We can process, we receive and process right on site. Doesn't have to go anywhere else.
Eventually it will.
Yeah, once it's sold, once the commodity is sold.
How do you define process? When you say it's being processed on site?
Because most recyclables are just like your bottles, they're placed in a bin and then they're taken to another location and then they're compacted. We bale on site, so we can process everything in a commercial baler and we send it out to the end user, the buyer.
So each of your facilities will require a example, Marathon 6030 HD
Balers,
vertical baler,
yes,
and you're going to have 2 or 3 people on site to sort and bale.
sure.
Storage appears to be limited.
Storages can be on top as well.
Okay,
What kind of location will these be sitting at? Will they be like in a strip mall and you guys will just have like a little parcel?
Yeah, we can, if you think of the shipping containers, about this wide, actually, with two side by side and 19 feet high and 40 feet long. So it's basically about 4 parking spaces.
Okay.
So it can literally fit just about anywhere.
So I pull up in my truck and I give you my recycling and then you've got 3 or 4 people, they'll sort it out correctly.
Mhm.
And you guys are right there gonna, okay, we're gonna bale it. And then
Yep.
once you get like enough for a bale, you're gonna have milk runs made maybe with your trucks to kind of pick it up and take your downstreams. Is that
No,
what
they could actually, the buyer can pick it up right on site. So the trailer can actually come on our site.
Okay.
It doesn't have, we don't have to move it around. So we, reducing the carbon emissions and things like that. So once we have a full amount of baler, commodities, they can actually go around to our different sites, pick them up and then go to the buyer.
how are you gonna load the trailer?
We have forklifts.
Do you have a forklift dock?
We don't really need a forklift dock because they're mostly flatbeds.
So you're using open sided flatbeds?
Yes.
Thank you.
So this is a public option for recycling from this standpoint as far
Public
as.
and private, because our main customers right now are businesses. But because it's a drive up, you can actually drive up to the recycling center and drop all your recyclables.
And they pay a fee to have their items dropped off.
No. No, this is still all free.
Where are you guys located at right now? It's like if I wanted to get in the truck and drop something off, where would I have to go?
Well, we have one location, which will be a larger location, which will be our micro location, which is about 10,000 square feet, and that's in the development stage right now.
Okay.
So how's this financed? Do the people that, somebody's gotta pay for this, and it doesn't look like to me that you're gonna have enough product to pay the salaries of 3 or 4 people.
Sure, we recycle all high commodity items, mainly cardboard for businesses, very, very high item. We also recycle pallets. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't realize it, but pallets are a big industry. It's the billion-dollar industry that nobody pays attention to. So that is all funded through those items. And then, of course, you have your aluminum cans, you have your steel items, you have plastic 1 and 2, and then e-waste.
And collect e-waste as well.
Do plastic and wood pellets,
Excuse me?
plastic and wood pellets.
Not plastic pallets, wood pallets right now. We may add that on in the future. Actually, the company I used to work for, they actually are a plastic pallet company.
I've got just a couple. Help me understand, if I'm a citizen in Marion County
Mhm.
and this opens up, I have an it's all volunteer to come here. What would make those citizens go to a facility like this versus the public drop sites that are currently around Marion County?
First of all, it's safe. Okay, it's going to virtually eliminate waste or eliminate contamination. There's a lot of contamination, mostly drop-off sites. Sure. If you take a look at them, some of them go straight to the dump, to the landfill because they're so contaminated. So we're gonna actually reduce contamination very, very, almost virtually eliminate it. But, they're open. Of course, you have a person that's there and they can actually educate you on recycling as well.
And then my second one, as a follow-up, there was a recent article, and I know Deanna shared it with the group on, with the IBJ on, what the new city of Indianapolis could look like in the years. How would, if the city of Indianapolis chose to go to a universal curbside recycling program, how would that impact this?
We can set up as a grid. So we're like, we can consider ourselves like a restaurant or so. We can literally collect a radius of about 2 miles and have that community, the people in that area, they can actually come to the facility. It's also an educational point. It's an option. Everybody's not gonna do recycling one way or another, so it's an option for you. Plus, the bulk of our businesses are businesses, small business.
What are you gonna go after? Do you think you're gonna go after more of the business?
Initially
sector?
the business sector, because that's what we're doing right now. And there's a high demand because most small businesses do not have the funding to do recycling. That's how actually I got into it. My current customers tried to ask me to help them solve their problems. So this is how we're solving that problem.
What's your population market look like? I mean, the market for, I'm assuming you're not gonna put these in small rural areas. So
They can be
what's-
placed anywhere. We're concentrating here in Indianapolis, that's where we're based. But these can be fitted anywhere, small, large, they are material recovery facilities. Typically, we are probably less than 10% of the cost, not even 10%, maybe 2 or 3% of the cost of a traditional material recovery facility. So they can be placed really anywhere. Yes.
A lot of this money is used to purchase containers. Once this money is spent, what's the potential for growth and where's the money gonna come from? Looking at sustainability.
Growth is high. I'm in talks actually with a couple of other larger companies, to put them on their facilities. The growth can be placed anywhere. The recycling centers are self-sustainable. They can fund themselves over time, probably in short of, a couple months or so. The lead out time, the build out time is less than 30 to 90 days, depending on the type of recovery pod or the micro recovery centers. They can be sustainable in just a few months because we do a total recycling and pallets are our biggest draws.
And you've got downstream vendors that'll take care of that. You've already got set up to take care of your pallets and take care of.
Yeah, actually, we are the downstream of the pallets. We are the reseller of the pallets. Yes.
So I have a few questions. So where you're initially thinking about locating these, would these be on lease land?
Lease land
Like
or
outlots?
yes, outlets or purchase.
And what, I don't actually know for traditional MRFs, what zoning they typically require. I'm wondering if.
C4 and below. I mean, C4 and below.
So there would be,
C4.
for commercial strip mall type thing, it would align with the zoning.
Right, it has to be a C4.
And what's the noise level of running equipment in a shipping container?
Is insulated. Just think of it like a regular building. Most medium-sized companies, they'll have a building already in the building, so it's just the same way. It's not gonna be a lot of noise.
What are value of insulation? Do you know?
Offhand, I don't have without looking,
Okay.
so I can give you that information.
And then are these open 24/7 or are they only open during
This is not
the business hours of the surrounding? I mean, would that vary depending on who the businesses are nearby?
It can be, depending on locations, it can be open 24 hours because we're gonna have cameras monitoring it as well, 24/7.
Okay, to help with
Mhm.
people just dropping stuff off.
Exactly.
And how, other than not having purchased the land and having a smaller building, where's the big difference in terms of the cost compared to a traditional MRF?
Wow. Typically, those are millions of dollars. We're under $100,000.
How much is the equipment? I'm also having a hard time.
The largest-
only
the only-
visited or walked through maybe 4 or 5 recycling facilities. But a lot of the equipment and the processes are so big. I'm sure there are others on the board that have a lot more extensive knowledge, but I'm trying to visualize how this all gets processed in such a small area.
Because we only bale. That's the only thing that we use. We use a baler. So you take the cardboard, put it in a baler, it makes the bale. We take it out, we store it. And then you do the aluminum cans the same way, plastic, everything.
And so when people drop stuff off, I feel like I've seen a few different images, which thank you for the renderings, they're very helpful. But it looks like one of them, maybe there are different segregated sort of openings on the exterior that people would deposit stuff off. Is that correct?
Yes, one of them is actually your general recyclable items, your plastics, et cetera. The other side is a shredder, it's a secure shredder, which can be modified for any use. It could be also have 2 balers instead of a shredder. So it can be modified over on the other side.
So how many different actual waste streams will there be collected there?
Corrugated cardboard, aluminum can, metal can, electronic waste, pallets, and plastic 1 and 2.
Okay. And so what amount of square footage is allocated inside while you're collecting it to get to the volume to actually have enough to bale?
The total square footage is 1,280. 4 containers, 320 each, too high.
Do you have a floor plan by any chance?
Yeah.
Wait, I need somebody, I may not have with me, but, let me see, no, not in this book.
I'm sorry, you got stuck with the architect.
I can get it to you. I can.
We got one
well,
here.
I can actually. Let me have it on my phone. I can get it to you before the night's
Okay.
over. If I have to look for it, actually.
Yeah, I'll defer to my colleagues that are more knowledgeable about how much room is needed for sorting and baling, but it just seems like it's very tight space for that, which I'm
Believe it
just
or not,
curious.
I have it right here, so I can show you.
Yeah.
It's not, you take it and put in the baler, and then you process the baler, and then you take it out. Once it's full,
But if somebody's only dropping off like one, small bin that's contributing towards your collection of, your plastics, you have to wait till you accumulate enough to bale.
we have space up on the second level, where we can have the other baskets placed upstairs until they're full, ready to bale, and then they come down and they bale, and once it's belted, it goes
So it would
upstairs.
come in on the first floor,
Mhm.
get sorted, if it's not already sorted, go upstairs for storage,
Right.
and come downstairs and get baled.
There's actually an elevator there also,
Okay.
it's a small.
You got an elevator and containers for $100,000?
Yeah, you can get a small one. It's only like this wide,
Okay.
nothing. Believe it or not, it's like a personal elevator. If you don't mind, I can show you a little bit. It's easier for me to do this. Understand, we also have commercial. So we're bringing in commercial, so that's where we make a lot more of our items for consumers. Not only consumer, but the bulk of it is commercial. Okay, commercial, especially when it comes to corrugated cardboard, is massive.
And I know this might be hard to predict, but like in a given day, how much volume do you think you're gonna collect? And how many bales do you think you would have in an average? I don't know if it's day or week, I don't know.
Currently, with my current customers, not including additional ones, we can do about 3 bales to 4 bales a day.
And what's the
And that's just
process
corrugated cardboard.
if they're different materials, like if you bale cardboard and then you're switching to metal, what's that changeover process?
It's basically when when we need to, make a bale, it's a very simple process. It's just when the baskets are filled up, and you can make a bell, then we make a bell. We can also fit it where it's two different bellers. So you have one over here for your high volume, which is corrugated cardboard, and your lower volume.
So there's two different balers, one that's
They can be
dedicated.
fitted for two different bellers as well.
Okay.
How big are these balers?
Bells,
Is it like a traditional baler?
they're commercial. Quality bells.
No, the baler, the machine itself.
Here, I got a picture. I can show you.
I guess in such a small area, I'm thinking, does this make smaller bales
No.
than your traditional?
No, actually, the footprint is very small. So this is, will be like a commercial bell. Yeah. It's actually smaller than 8 feet wide.
That's not a mill-ready bale. Is that-
Yes, it's a mill well bill.
Straw.
These are all mill-ready bills.
But I know from my experience that it takes about 30 gallons of milk jugs to make bale. And if I have 30, if I'm storing milk jugs, I'm storing number one plastics, I'm storing cardboard, I'm storing aluminum, I'm storing steel. Where's
Multiple
all-
locations.
But when the baskets get full,
Mhm. We have multiple locations. These are smaller ones. We have a larger facilities too.
so if I've got two baskets of milk jugs, do you move those to another
They can be moved to
location?
another location as
Oh,
needed.
okay.
As needed. If there's enough, we have our larger one. This is a micro one. And then we have our mini ones, which are, our mini ones are the larger facilities, our micro ones are smaller. And then we have our pots, which are just one shipping container.
Yeah, it almost seems like I appreciate the concept of having these micro MRFs. But yeah, I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around the space limitations. It almost seems like for 6 different waste streams, I just don't see how it works. Like you'd have to
It works.
almost cut down the number of waste streams.
It works really good. Actually, I got shipping containers right now, currently right now. And that's how I scaled it because I have them right now. They're only single wise. I actually have 3 right now, and I'm able to make an adjustments and actually see if it works or not. So. Yes,
Have the sites already been selected for the placement of these containers and arrangements made with those sites?
one site is already leased. We have a lease agreement already. The second site, which right now that we're talking about, I would have to look for a location. Which a lot of times I've been talked with some retailers, primary strip malls, like the 3-class strip malls, and they can be placed on.
How many of these do you have in operation right now?
None.
Okay.
This is a prototype right here.
Okay.
This is a prototype and it actually works very well. With the pallet recycling works very well. With this, it'll work even better because we'll be able to have a one-stop recycling source for a lot of small businesses as well as.
So you said you already have one that you're basically testing. So you have a baler and you're processing material right
No, I
now.
don't have a baler currently. But I simulated the process using dimensions in that area and see if it works, and it works.
I get the last one, power, where would you? get
Power, you can, actually, we built our units to operate off the grid as well initially. And then they'll get on the grid, because these require 3-phase electrical. But initial setup, they can operate off grid. We have solar power panels as well as generator. And it also can has its own waste disposal.
Good question. You mentioned you're going to be collecting e-waste as well. What are you guys proposing to do with the e-waste? You're collecting it, but you're not processing it, correct?
Process it on site. The e-waste would go to our larger facility where it's processed.
So the pallets, if I'm a grocery store owner and I have 10 pallets,
Mhm.
I bring them to this facility and drop them off.
You can bring them or we can pick them up. We also have an app right now as well.
Because it looks like to me there'd be a big pile of broken, messy pallets that the neighbors aren't gonna want.
No. Well, retailers, landlords, they don't like it in the back of the buildings. Actually, I work with a couple of them currently, a couple of real estate management companies. So we actually go on site and pick those up.
I just need some clarification too, because you said you mentioned you kept throwing out this $100,000 cost and your funding request for this application is already 120,000 for 2 shipping containers.
Right, the main ship container is 90, the smaller one is 30, which is 120.
So the total cost of
It's 120.
but a operating thing is gonna be much significantly more with the baler and.
No, the balers are all included.
So the money you're requesting
It
is
covers
for
everything.
the containers, the balers, what else?
Everything be built out, everything. I can give you the information right here as well.
That wasn't made clear in that.
I think it was.
Okay,
I had an addition to it already. I sent an addition to it,
you did.
and it should be right here. This was the addition. Everything is included. That's the total cost of everything. Two different bills. Two different.
I know we're barraging you with questions.
Oh,
but is it okay?
I mean, it's good.
Don't want your head to spin.
No, good.
Okay. So a couple other questions. So the way this is visualized, if we're looking at a strip mall,
Mhm.
would this be behind where they're typically collecting their pallets and have their loading docks? Or would this be like out front, like a true outlot?
It can be either or, depending on where we're allowed to place, because it's set up to be like a store. It's not something like an industrial, not appealing to the eye.
And is the intention of the renderings, it looks like the containers get, set directly on the ground? I mean, are they intended to be moved periodically? Are they on wheels, or are they, set there and like we said, questions about how they're connected to electricity?
It's just like any other building, as far as connection. They are there to be permanent, or they can also be moved, because these are mobile. They can be taken apart and put together pretty much anywhere. But these are 40-foot containers. They can be picked up and moved in a few minutes, literally. You're not aware of how they ship containers. They can be shipped by a Ford 250.
Is there a restroom?
Yes,
Okay, so how are you dealing with that?
waste. We have an on-site waste as well, but it also can be hooked up. Again, just think of it like a trailer. Think of a trailer, but we have a self-contained, so it can actually run until we're actually hooked up to the main utility. So if you look at the rendering, it does have a utility area where it has your waste and your fresh water, and then it has your furnace, your water heater, which is on the side. It's a
So that,
tankless water heater.
yeah, so that kind of ties back in my earlier question about location, because those amenities would not be located at the back of a building.
Right.
So,
So it is designed to be put up front so people can actually utilize.
okay, so you would be, and it's different when you talk about like a trailer or a bus that already has all this stuff self-contained and then it goes away and dumps, or even an RV. You would really have to be somewhat permanently tied into an outlet, tying into the sewer system and.
Right. That's what additionally, if it's gonna be there permanent, it's gonna be tied in. If it's gonna be there mobile, it doesn't have to be. Because everything is on site. It's just like a mobile home in a sense. It has your restroom, has your waste disposal.
But they're very, very different designs.
Two different designs.
So it'd be a lot more complicated to have a design it allows you to do both. You
No,
really kind of have to
no.
pick.
No, it's not
Altogether.
complicated. There's a pod, which is a smaller version, and then there's the micro, which is a larger version. Both of them are fitted to be mobile or fixed.
Who designed the actual building?
Me,
Okay,
but also had assistants.
How many of these units would be required to service Marion County?
I gotta read it. Hold on a second.
And I'll explain my question. I look at this with regard to what our board normally deals with versus what this RFP calls for. And I'm curious as to how we're going to cover the entirety of Marion County.
This is basically what Marion County looks like a square. And these are all situated 2.5 miles apart. So this is your micro, this is a larger facility, and these are the pods.
2, 5, 10.
So you're looking at 1, 2,
15,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And what's the pod?
The smaller one, which is a shipping container.
Okay, so you. Now you really got me confused.
This is a larger facility.
Right, that's gonna be
Larger.
four
This is over 10,000 square feet.
shipping containers.
This is where the whole thing is just larger and it can operate larger and more space.
So all of these are shipping container designs. They're
Yes,
just
they
different
utilize,
scales.
they utilize still shipping containers, but in a different way. Some are larger, some are more compact.
Okay,
So the smaller ones are 1 shipping container. These right here could be 4 or more. This right here is even larger, 16. Because the whole area is pretty much a shipping container plus construction in the middle to be the warehouse.
Now, Lester, we're trying to help you and let you help us understand. But coming from my background, I look at your request versus the tonnage you want to divert. And you're at about $80 a ton.
We also you gotta factor in that pallets. Pallets is a very large portion and they weigh a ton of, you're
I'm
talking
very
about 40,
familiar with pallet recycling.
you're talking about 40 pounds going up, so.
Okay. I've been doing this about as long as you've been alive, probably. Yeah,
Believe it or not, I'm a lot older than I look. I'm a baby boomer too.
okay, all right. Yeah. It's an interesting concept. I give you credit. Yeah.
It actually works too.
Oh, I don't think you would be up there if it didn't.
No, it works.
Any other questions from any board members?
We'll get you that numbers.
Would this funding allow you to fill in that grid to,
It'll fill 1 spot of that grid, or actually 2 spots.
so what are the plans to fill in the rest of the grid?
Growth. Investment, outside investment as well.
Do you have any of that lined up?
Working on it, but, we're working on our first larger one facility right now, and we can only walk, probably for walk and run. So we have the 3 bases, which will be our larger one, these 2 right here, and then you can actually see what it actually works. I'll get you, let me just look, and I'll get you the floor plan so you can actually see.
yeah. And I just want to say, I mean, I really appreciate that this truly is a pilot project and you really are trying to do something very different and unique. I think there's still a lot of
Any questions?
things to be maybe flushed out a little bit.
Any questions you need to be answered, I can answer here. So if you got questions, let me answer.
Yeah, I think I.
Stuff with floor plan.
Yeah.
Stuff for the plan. But, we've, this has been thought out, this has been over a couple of years, worked out all the kinks. Like I said, I have a bunch of customers lined up that actually utilize the system because we can put them closer to their locations. We cut down on transportation costs, we cut down on carbon emission costs. We provide an outlet for those who don't have the need for a baler in their business. So we're diverting stuff that normally would go to waste and we're bringing it in our facilities. Most people, there is no data on small business recycling, fortunately, and we're going to create the data.
I have one more question, and again, I maybe need some assistance from my colleagues who are more familiar, but when you're baling specific type of material, and then you said that the people who are buying it are gonna come and pick it up.
Yes.
So what's the minimum number of bales for it to be worth their while to come and pick it up?
Particularly, and we'll be able to produce that because we have multiple different types of locations.
Like a semi-tractor trailer,
Semi-tractor,
so like 35 bales?
It depends on what They want to pick
Okay.
up.
So where do those get stored while they're waiting to be picked up?
We have the smaller location and then we have the larger location. When we
So
have,
you will be moving bales from location to location.
it depends. It depends on the pickup and what's available at each location. So if we have the larger locations, which are the main source of everything, and that's where the bulk of everything will be picked up at. But along the way, just like a truck will have stops, along the way, they can pick up as they go to leave.
And I imagine with your vision with this grid, you know, once it was at that full capacity, a lot of those logistics would be a lot more simplified and efficient. I'm just trying to think about for the 2-year grant cycle. Are there gonna end up being a bunch of bales of stuff that's stacked up outside that are getting
No.
rained on and?
No, that's the whole purpose of, it's all self-contained inside. These are, once it gets outside, you know, it gets wet and then the weight actually goes up. Especially when it comes to corrugated cardboard. Everything's gonna be inside. We can't have it outside because it's unsightly.
So how much room, and again, back to this question that I'm trying to wrap my brain around with storage, for this particular one, how many bales can be stored inside waiting for pickup?
Probably close to 40. Because we have 40 to 50 or more, because we have the second level is all open. The left side is actually half because that's where the elevator is located and the bailer opens from below. So we can store quite a bit. We can store probably a truckload almost if it's one type.
Yeah, and that's where, again, if it was just one type, I think this makes a whole lot more sense. If you're just doing cardboard, for example, in my mind, the logistics make a lot more sense.
Mind
The
you,
space
the
makes a lot
other
more
stuff
sense.
will go to the larger facility that's in work right now. We actually have it. We have our set almost right now. We split up already. City, but the smaller stuff, because we have trucks constantly going around, picking up pallets, picking up things from different customers. They're on a route schedule, just like anything else, a route schedule. Once we have a bill, if we need to move it over here, we move it to the main location, then move it to the main location, it gets up, picks up and goes to the main location. And that completes a larger portion of commodities at that location, which is the main location. That's
So your
what-
main location, that's outside the scope of this grant, correct?
Yes, I've got it.
So, but that is intended to be tied into this. This
Yeah.
would be your little outpost, and
Yeah.
then you would handle transporting.
If you would like to see that, I got a rendering of that. I can show you that right here.
When is that expected to be up and running? Are you still looking for funding for that project?
We have some right now, but city kind of holding us up with the process of zoning, well, the height of the building and things like that, but everything else is pretty much a green light. It's got one of the further to go.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Grossman, thank you for your.
I have one question, and wanted to bring it, sorry. Do you have an outreach plan and plans? I know besides having it manned, that reduces contamination, but you really need to have clear signage and outreach to the community and other things like that. Is that in place yet?
That will be in place because, once again, our main source is small business. That the drive-through is a secondary because that's not our focus at this time. It will be our focus later,
Sure.
but it'll allow people to, and of course, there's someone on site that will give
It's
you.
still important to educate the
Right,
small
someone on-
businesses.
there's
so,
someone
of
on-
course.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, that's education.
Uh-huh.
That's, I thought you were talking about.
Well, both.
But yes, we will
It needs to be
educate,
comprehensive,
and we
right?
will educate small business as well.
Okay.
And that's the bulk of everything. Education is A1 on everything because that's how we change.
Because I want that to be included in your funding consideration.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Education is like right there at the top. That if you don't know how to recycle, then you can't recycle. It's very simple. As far as the community drive-ups, we'll have someone on site that can also educate you and have handouts as well. And we also have an app that can, most people utilize an apps right now, so we can utilize that. I'll get you the floor plans, just a second, let me pull them up, and you can actually see.
Sounds good.
We thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And again, there may be an opportunity that you not be awarded in this grant round. Obviously, there is always a recycling market development board grant round.
We're not looking for.
I know you've got the enthusiasm going for you.
It's a binder over.
The binders are there.
The next applicant that we have on our list is Denny Excavating Incorporated. Mr. Duncan, project manager, Mr. Denny, owner. Either of those individuals present?
Yeah, for both there.
You'd like to join us here and maybe give us a brief overview and be prepared for a barrage of questions.
Oh, yeah. No problem.
Morning, thank you. Our application is a request for a crushing recycling facility. We've acquired 115 acres in Beech Grove, and it was a previously tax exempt site owned by CSX. And we're proposing to start a solid fill recycling facility on that location, where we'll be recycling concrete, asphalt, and through the concrete recycling, we'll also be recycling scrap metal as well through that process. And proposing that over the next 2 years, we'll be able to, for as far as your return on your investment, be able to divert a significant amount of material from the landfills based off of just our in-house use as a demolition company here in town. We're projecting about 130,000 tons per year, just with our own product that we can recycle, divert from landfill use. This is a brand new site and location that's not being used. We've been in contact with the mayor of Beech Grove and have his full support on this site and this process. It's something that we've been doing on a regular basis at demolition locations. So one example is like the Caribbean Cove project that was up on the northwest side. Went there and demolished and recycled material on site. But this, having a physical location here in Beech Grove, will allow us the ability to accept material, have a more of a year-round opportunity and be able to open up our doors for more material and be able to potentially move into accepting third-party material as well, which would increase our tonnage and landfill deferral.
What about job creation for the Beech Grove area? What would that be?
It'll absolutely be a part of it. We'd have to have somebody there to physically man and inspect the loads. One of the follow-up questions that we had was making sure the material wasn't contaminated. We put a program together and we actually worked with Heartland Environmental with Nevis to work through that thought process and make sure that we were covering our bases to make sure we're not accepting any contaminated material. We'd be having people on site to inspect loads to make sure, and then obviously it's a lot of material and a lot of handling. So we're a union company with union operators and union laborers that would be there on site working. And obviously it went from being a tax exempt parcel to being owned by us privately and back on the tax roll.
Sure, Beech Grove is very excited about that.
They are happy. The site obviously had its issues previously as well. We're remediating the site. We're only proposing to use 30 acres in this, and the back 80 acres, it'll be either future expansion or potentially spun off for future development. So we've had all those discussions with the mayor of Beech Grove as well.
Asphalt and concrete currently are being recycled. What makes this the final project?
The location, the fact that it's a brand new location where you'd be able to you're exactly right. We've been crushing and recycling materials since 2004. Generally, we're doing that at the location of where the demolition is. If it's a hospital or a university or whatever the case is, we're crushing it right there on site and using the material to backfill the basement. Right, so we're reusing that material right there on site, so we don't have to truck it off and doesn't have to go to the landfill, and we don't have to buy virgin material, virgin backfill to go back into the hole. This would be, the reason it's a pilot project is because it's going to be a brand new facility, brand new location. And it would be a scenario where people would be able to bring us material, third parties be able to potentially bring us material and then also buy the recycled product as well.
Have you applied for grant before?
We did previously apply, yeah, in 2018, that's correct.
18?
Yes, and we were not awarded, we were not successful in that grant round.
Was that the same project?
No, it was not. No, that was for a crushing assembly as well, but that was, we didn't have a permanent location at that point in time.
Are there any other companies close to you that are accepting third-party customers bringing in material?
There are, I don't know that any of them are recycling it though. Right, I know that there are locations that, they're filling in a lake or whatever the case may be, right? They're not actively recycling that material and creating a usable product to go back into the market.
So one of the concerns with this project is, the pilot project says that this must be diversion from final disposal landfill sites. So can you explain how this project kind of still fits into that? Because a lot of times C&D waste obviously doesn't go to your traditional municipal solid waste landfill.
Depending on how it gets.
I just
involved.
wanted
Yeah, absolutely. So,
you to kind of-
yeah, absolutely. So
Yeah.
depending on the process, so if you demo the structure and you don't clean the material out ahead of time, right? You have the wood, you have the drywall, any variable, there's carpet, anything that would be in this building. If you wad that all up, that all has to go to the landfill. So part of the process that we do as a company in the demolition side is going, and we did it at Caribbean Cove, as if you were able to see that as you're driving by, we took that material, we took all the carpet out, took all the mattresses out, took the drywall out, right? Took the ceilings out, cleaned everything up, and then crushed and recycled it there on site and backfilled the swimming pool and the moat and everything along those lines. So we were able to prevent all that material from going to the landfill. Obviously the drywall, the cardboard, that material still has to go, but it's separated, and then we're able to recycle that material.
So if you had, with this site open and you had the Caribbean Cove project again, would you not still backfill the pools and everything like that on site and keeping that material?
It's a volume scenario there, right? So we do have, we've got equipment working at the Ford plant just down the road here, right? Where we're recycling concrete on site. That material can't leave the site per their regulations and permitting, right? So, depending on the scenario, that if there's not enough volume, the equipment's very heavy. It's 110, 120,000 pound machines. It's very expensive to move that equipment. So sometimes it's easier for us to load roll-off trucks or dump trucks, haul it to a central location, and then process it and crush it there. And our truck is going right back to get another load. It picks up the backfill material and takes the backfill material back to the location. And so we're not running either direction, deadheading or running with an empty load. And we did ask in the grant for, I think we applied for an excavator and a crusher. We obviously have excavators available. We would be happy to to break that grant application up if you would consider a smaller nominal fee, just to fund the crusher or anything along those lines. We can still put an excavator on it. We'd like to dedicate that, but if it was a scenario where you're going to break up the grant, we would prefer the crusher would be the piece that would be funded.
Couple questions, if I may. What type of crusher are we talking about?
There are several in the marketplace. In regards to this, this is a machine that's made by Terex. Cobra is the brand name.
Drill crusher, rotary crusher.
It's an impact crusher and it has the screen plant actually on the crusher. It's a self-recycling crusher. So it's all one unit. Instead of a crusher and a screen plant, they're put together.
Do your concrete and asphalt at the same time?
We don't. It's the same as any other waste streams, right? We segregate the asphalt, we segregate the concrete. We can run them both through the same machine, but we keep those two materials segregated. Asphalt's
Is the
segregated.
only material that you generate, or do you take third-party material, correct?
The proposal in here is for, and all the tonnage and all the calculations that are in here are based off of what we can provide internally ourselves, a known quantity. You can make assumptions on what we could get third party, and I show the volume for the, if we were to take third party, there's additional capacity that would be there, so, my calculations were based off taking about 25 dump truck loads a day. That's two and a half trucks per hour kind of scenario. And that worked out to be 130,000 tons a year. So 260,000 tons over the 2-year cycle of the program. The equipment itself, if we were working that equipment at manufacturer's suggested capacity, is almost double that, 480,000 tons total over the 2 years.
Okay, by no means do I want this to seem like I'm trying to trap you, but please explain to me. You went through your evaluation of how you clean a project, tear it down, push it into the basement, use it as backfill.
Well, yeah.
If that's the case, where's your material coming from?
In what scenario? You're talking about for our projects for the
You said
Beach
for
Grove?
you.
Oh, we have several projects where you don't have enough volume to justify moving a crusher to the site, right?
Okay,
When you're doing, and the way that we figure it, it needs a minimum of 5,000 tons on site to be able to justify the expense of moving the crusher to the site. So all of the jobs that we do in any given year, 120 jobs, demolition jobs, maybe 3 or 4 of those jobs are greater than that quantity. So the remainder of those jobs are all smaller jobs where we would bring all that material to this location.
okay. Next, the site that you're filling in, I would assume was contaminated with PCBs.
I don't have that report in front of me, but there were
You
items
said
of,
a 3-letter word.
there are items of concern that were legacy issues that we're working through with under the advisement of Heartland to clean up that
Now,
site.
do you have a permit in hand?
100%, yeah. So it's zoned I-4. And in the application packet, I provided our wastewater protection plan. That's already approved and it's good through 2025.
I apologize, I left my notes. Yeah, a different location.
No, you're all right. Yeah, so we are 100% permitted. We've had a water study done on the site as well. So there's a portion of the property that is considered wetland. There's just a small portion of the property. We're aware of that. We've obviously met those requirements with IDEM to be able to operate on the site. So
If you have any, you will.
we already have. I've got the stamped document right here. So
Been there, done that.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we are 100%, and this equipment is available, and we have access to the equipment immediately. We'd be able to there wouldn't be an 18-month lead time on our scenario. You'd be getting return on investment straight away.
What are you gonna do to reach out to the entire community? Because this is designed to be something that impacts all of Marion County.
Well, it does absolutely by material not going into those holes, right? There's less and less places, less and less solid fill locations, and you see that because the price is going up, right? The cost to dispose of the material is going up. So less and less places to get rid of the material. So by being able to offset and crush this material and not put it in the landfill, it gives more capacity to all of the landfills to future use and for continued additional capacity for municipal solid waste.
Do you use any of this material for road base or asphalt binder, anything?
Yeah, so we supplied two hot mix asphalt recycle facilities for the wrap. And then we make. I also provided a gradation and a sieve analysis where we can make inside of NDOT 53 spec,
Okay,
where we've been able to make that material. And generally we make 53s and 2s. It's the most efficient and effective and most commonly used materials. So that's what we produce.
thank you. Any other questions from any board members?
I just want to make sure I am not missing anything. So what percentage of the material that would come to your facility would end up being used as backfill versus being, which maybe this is a definition thing, like I think of recycling, downcycling, and upcycling. And my goal is always to find innovative projects that are really working on giving material a higher purpose and use instead of a lower use, which is downcycling. So what percentage of the material that would come here would be backfill versus going into other products?
99% of the material would be reused. There occasionally you get when you're tearing up a slab, or there'll be a vapor barrier or something along those lines, right? There's occasionally plastics, there's occasionally insulation, there's things like that we sort and pull out of the finished product. That would be the only material that would, it's especially by weight and by volume, it's such a small percentage. So 99% of the material would be recycled. And the same issue with getting rid of the clean fill material, you have the same issue with purchasing the NDOT 53s, right? The quarries can only produce so much. And with the amount of work that's going on in the city, that's very high demand, and you see that it's reflected in the price of the material. It's going up significantly. So we're providing that material where we don't have to buy it from a quarry, we don't have to buy it from a sand and gravel pit. We're reusing the material and putting it back into.
I don't think you answered my question though. So
Okay.
using for structural backfill.
Yeah.
Versus a different type of product like a road base or other, I don't know, other products.
Anything that you would use 53s or 2s for, you can use this material for. Anything that structural backfill, absolutely. I don't understand where.
What portion of it is gonna just be dumped in the ground? To put it crudely, used for structural backfill versus other purposes like a road base.
I don't know what the percentage would be, but when you demo a house or demo a structure that has a basement, you have to bring it back to grade.
Yeah.
You have to put some material back in the ground. So, yeah, I don't know what the percentage or figure would be.
Okay,
But-
I'm just trying to evaluate what is innovative and what makes this a pilot project. Something that's, I'm trying to find something special about this project.
Yeah, like I said, we've been recycling concrete since 2004. The way that we looked at it, the reason it's innovative or it's a pilot, it's a new facility, right? It's a new opportunity for Marion County for residents and commercial users to get rid of material. It's a new location.
So does it, again, teach me. So does that mean that this new facility somehow you're able to process more efficiently? And what is that increase versus doing the on-site work that you've been doing?
Yeah, we would be able to accept more material. And it would be a scenario where instead of going to the site and crushing whatever the building has there, right? We can accept more material. So I showed internally, we would do about 130,000 tons per year. But we can do, if accepting material from third parties, we can do double that. And that would be the advantage of having a full-time on-site location, as opposed to going to each location, like going to the Ford plant or going to the GM plant and doing it on-site.
Again, educate me on this. So are the project materials that would come to your physical location ones that otherwise would not get processed on site? Like, I don't know if it's different scales, if there are certain projects where it would just go to the landfill because they don't have the capability or it's not a big enough project to do that work on site? Yeah,
so the material that we would accept would be any concrete, any brick, any block, right? We can't take painted material, obviously, and that's in the examination of our process for accepting materials to make sure that we're only accepting conforming materials of non-hazardous. That's more on how the individual demo contractor, we have our process, which is trying to be as efficient and effective and send as little, sending the material to landfill is a cost to us, right? To our business model. So we try to eliminate that as much as possible. And we'll be able, this site and facility will open that opportunity up to additional contractors, be able to also recycle that material.
And then, I don't, forgive me if this was already covered, but when outside contractors or projects want to bring materials to your facility, is there a fee to them?
Traditionally, there is a fee, yes, in the city, yeah, absolutely. There's a tipping fee of, it's a nominal fee, generally like $50 to $100, depending on what the site is and how much capacity they have left, so.
So for bringing materials to your site versus taking it to landfill, how do those fees compare?
Well, it would be, $38 a ton at the landfill, with a 20-ton load versus bringing that entire 20-ton load in for $100. So you've got 20 tons times your $38 a ton versus a flat fee of $100.
Okay, thank you. That's cool.
Your question. Do you have enough market, to get rid of all the material you're gonna grind? Even if you bring in from third parties?
Absolutely.
What's the-
It's in the 53s are always in demand, right? And the number 2 stone as well, especially in the state of Indiana where you have rainy seasons, freeze and thaws, all of that. The number 2 material makes great fill for construction sites, especially construction entrances. And there's always, Mr. Denny's been in the demolition business for over 30 years, right? So
So what's the cost difference versus a virgin out of
to get 53s delivered is about $18 a ton, right? Where we're looking at where we deliver the material for, well, we sell it, if you come and pick it up, it would be about $7.50 a ton. That's what we've been traditionally, that's kind of.
versus a quarry?
A quarry would be maybe 11 or $12 picked up plus the trucking cost. You also have to pay the truck out.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I thank you very much for your explanation, answering our questions.
Appreciate it. Appreciate your time and consideration.
At this point in time, I'll hand the meeting over to Kelly.
Okay. Next up, we have Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And you have someone representing the project. Perfect. So if you can come on up, introduce yourself, and then give us a brief explanation of your project.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Logan Waddle. I am the Sustainability Program Leader for Penske Entertainment. I'm joined by our VP of Facilities for Penske Entertainment, Tyrone Garrison, and our Senior Director of Facilities, Pat Garlock, with the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Our project is to fund additional recycling infrastructure at our facility as our final phase of a recycling program that we're looking to implement. So back when I started at IMS in 2016, we did not have recycling at our property at all. We've developed a plan, a 3-phase plan to implement recycling across the property as we work on our sustainability initiatives across both our venue and our series. And this fund is for the hard to access areas that we haven't been able to accomplish recycling in quite yet at IMS. This funds infrastructure for chutes, additional compactors, as well as receptacles across the property in areas that we haven't been able to implement yet. The reason we haven't been able to do so yet, IMS was built in 1909. Back then, they weren't thinking about recycling as much as we are today. So it was not necessarily, our grandstands and infrastructure were not purpose-built for waste diversion. So with that being said, I'll open up the floor to any questions.
Your application indicates, as you just stated, an expansion of your current recycling program. And what makes this a pilot project?
It's a pilot because it's scaling to locations that we've never had it before. I'm confident that this project would get us to 100% across the entire facility, which would be most certainly the first racetrack in the United States, at least, to have full recycling at our facility. It's challenging, compared to other sports entities, which I won't call out because I don't know who all is in the room, but the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is a 1,000-acre facility. And we've never recycled across all 1,000 acres before, really just at small areas within our gates.
What do you recycle now? What areas do you have recycled?
Currently, and I can show you a map if you like, we recycle, the first phase of this project was recycling in plaza and garage areas. So we've had high traffic, high impact areas we thought fans that would be visible to. In 2022, we expanded that to the grandstands. With the exception of areas that we cannot access that need trash chutes to dispose of recycling into, that are higher up in the penthouse levels and suite levels. We're doing about half of our suites in phase 2 as well, and then this final phase would get us everywhere else that we're not currently doing it at, which is the golf course, all of our outside lots, all of our parking lots, those areas I mentioned with the grandstands that need chutes, as well as the suites and hospitality areas that don't have those chutes quite yet as well.
And how many employees are dedicated to that program? Oh, will be.
How many employees? Pat, you can speak to how many housekeeping individuals it takes to staff an event.
So we have 4 external service providers that help us, whether it's on the grounds or within our hospitality and premium spaces. And then we do have on a given day, public event day, we've got about 200 nonprofit organization volunteers that help us maintain the grandstands and the grounds during the public event days. And then we do have a partnership with the Indiana Department of Corrections. During non-gate hours, they come and help us sort the waste and recycling within the grandstands for post-race cleanup.
These recycling opportunities that you currently have, are those available at every event?
Correct, every event currently.
And our event season typically runs April through October. This year, we've got a event coming in with Buick and Chevy that will extend our event season through the middle of November.
You state you would be one of the only or few racetracks that do recycling. So kind of as your pilot, other racetracks might look to doing what you do, or possibly other sporting events.
Yeah, the goal is to expand this program to all of our IndyCar Series events. So we have 15 other venues plus or minus depending on the schedule on any given year that we plan to influence to start programs like these. We work closely with NASCAR as well. We have a race at our track with NASCAR, but they also own about 20 other tracks that their recycling programs are not robust at yet. And really, I think one of the most exciting opportunities that we can directly influence residents of Marion County and the local community is the influence sport and entertainment has on individuals. We have our PR manager, her name's Lauren, a close colleague of mine. She's out in Palm Springs, California right now, where they're filming content, getting ready for our upcoming IndyCar season. And they have an entire robust communications plan around sustainability, where they're engaging drivers, getting video content put together that we're going to display on our video boards to help educate our fans and as well as our drivers and all of our stakeholders. So the ecosystem expands far more than just our gates at the Motor Speedway.
So when you educate, are you educating not only, hey, recycle, use our containers? Are you recycling or telling them how to recycle correctly? Because one of our biggest things that I've seen in Fort Wayne is whenever I do event recycling, contaminated like crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then it gets to the point it's going to have to be, try to sort as much as possible, but some of it does end up going to landfill. How do you guys currently, how do you handle contamination? And is there, what kind of promotion we have to keep the contamination down?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. We do work closely with our hauler, Rays, formerly now WM, on our education. Of course, we want to know if we're getting contamination in our haul, which they tell us if we do. We have numbered compactors and dumpsters that we can track down almost to which vendor, which area the waste is coming from, so we can hone in on it. But yes, proper recycling and the how-to is what's really important to us. We started it last year with Doug Bowles, our president. He was out at the track, doing education, and he's kind of a celebrity himself in a lot of ways compared to other track presidents. But yeah, proper recycling is key, and that's what we hope fans take home with them when they leave our gates too.
Can I speak to that just a little bit? Some of the stuff we've done and to be frank, the areas that we've covered so far have been called the easier areas. But we started this 2 years ago with different types of bins, different messaging on the bins. How do you engage that fan that's walking up to the receptacle to dispose of that? And we really went through several different test setups to figure out what worked. And so that was kind of the phase one. What we're looking at now is obviously what we do is unique to the entire world. Putting 300,000 people in one venue for one day and then getting them to put their beer can in the right receptacle is a big challenge. And so this last area that Logan's looking at and we're talking about today is the area that's really different. And so then being able to take this to other facilities, our partner tracks that the series runs at, our friends at NASCAR that, I spent 3 days down with them in Charlotte a couple weeks ago. We're all trying to figure out how to be better at this. And so what Logan's really championing here is an ability to expand this ability to run these large events. And it's unique to us, it's unique to Indianapolis and Indiana, and we're excited about it.
I agree 100%. It is challenging when you have an open venue to ensure doing the right thing and putting it right, especially beer cans and people are there to have a festival and, so I guess my question would be is to get to the, you've talked the diversion project of 165 tons in a 2-year project for a $1.25 million request. How will you get the people, the partiers that like the snake pit to do the right thing when they're there to have fun and enjoy and root on, the number 8 or the number 88 or whatever you have it to.
Craig, are you saying that recycling's not fun?
Well, I'm kind of 40,
There's gamification involved for sure. So we're hosting activations this year at IMS in our midway spaces. We have many partners involved, WM, Shell, Firestone, who all really care about it as well. And so their entire marketing and communications plans are shifting towards a sustainable focus. It's no secret that motorsports, we burn gas and tires, like that's what we do. So we need to make it sustainable. We need to protect this industry and protect the sport we love for future generations. And so everyone's jumping on board with it. Not only us, it's our partners, as I mentioned before, with that ecosystem.
But I guess my question, will it rely on the public to doing it right?
In some cases it
At the
will,
end of the day.
our vendors as well.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So we partner with Waste Management because if you look at what they do for the PGA Tour as far as the Waste Management Open and all the pub they get for what they do out there, that might be something you guys can pull from too.
Yeah, I was at the Phoenix Open last year, actually, and we have Lauren, who I mentioned earlier, is engaging one of our IndyCar drivers, Scott McLaughlin. He's going out to the Phoenix Open this year where they're filming a bunch of education related content about how to recycle. So Scott McLaughlin, he's from Australia. He has a kind of a docu-series that he does called Scott Learns America. And he's going to the Phoenix Open next week to learn about recycling and learn how it goes. And of course, our entire content team will be out there with them, and it'll be video that we use all year long.
In 2016, you said that's when this idea started. You were probably still in diapers, but the Solid Waste Association of North America had their national conference in Indianapolis. They had their networking event at your establishment at the Speedway, and we had to bring in recycling containers so that we could provide recycling to our to the people that were attending. So I'm hoping that was the beginning of this.
Well, hopefully we can host your event again and you won't have to bring your own cans this time.
I have some questions. So I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything, looking through your application. So with the proposal that you have, obviously it's expansion. Are things going to be sorted or commingled recycling?
the recycling is commingled. The proposal you see is what we've found over the years is most successful, which is a 1-to-1 ratio. We've tried multiple different variations of where we place recycle and trash bins, but we found if they're not right beside each other with a trash and a recycling, then it's just not gonna work. But it is commingled, and that's how our hauler WM accepts it.
Okay, and what is unique about this? Obviously, we all know events are very challenging and zero waste events are, the bar. What is unique about this that can be replicated in the rest of Indiana?
I think, the story of IMS is that we're built on innovation and we're built as a proving ground. So if we can be recycling at 100% of our facility at IMS, there's really no reason that any other business or sport entity or entertainment entity cannot be doing the same.
But what would the lessons learned be for sharing? Because I mean, that's part of, again, pilot projects. We want to have something that's able to be expanded or replicated by others and, perhaps something very innovative that hasn't been tested before. It's a little bit different, I would say, for this board, because there's a different balance in terms of looking for innovation and taking risk in how we invest taxpayer funding. So that's why I'm asking, and I think for a lot of us, it's just a very different thought process for this particular.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. As easy as recycling sounds probably to everyone in this room, it's not as well known to our general public. So we're going to be able to take the best practices learned not only from the operation that I mentioned with how we've learned where our contamination comes from and how to manage it, and our vendor management as well. Pat mentioned all the vendors that we have to use and the hundreds of employees that it takes to do housekeeping at an event like this, but also the education aspect. So we're going to learn from what we do this year, and we'll make it better next year too, with what we learn on how we educate these fans and how we educate these stakeholders. And it's also internal too, right? There's not everyone within our company probably believes that recycling is going to the right place. Not everyone has the confidence that sustainability is a real issue and a problem within our world. And so we think that we're going to be able to really take this culture that we're making at IMS and give it to not only other sports, but other businesses within the community and state, and hopefully the world, really.
Okay, and one more thing, I was hoping you were going to take the opportunity to tell me something I don't know, because you mentioned earlier gamification, which perked my ears up. And that's where I thought, ooh, what are you guys doing? Are there innovative and creative ways that we can be doing event stuff where, instead of it just being a recycling station, there's opportunity to win prizes and, all sorts of fun stuff. And that gets to that educational component and makes it fun, because we love to recycle, but not everybody does. And so that's where I was hoping that I was missing something, because I think that would make this a more compelling application, because expanding recycling, 100% awesome. All of these proposals are good proposals, but to look for how does it make it a pilot, and how does it, share some new information or lesson, whether it's technology or just about education and awareness.
Yeah, absolutely. Luckily, we have partners like WM, and I mentioned the Midway Spaces earlier this year. We don't have our final education plan set yet, but there have been many ideas thrown around. A trash truck simulator, or recycling truck simulator, where you drive the recycling truck on the track and you pick up what's recyclable and what's not along the way. Those type of opportunities. There's a lot that's going to happen outside of just this proposal with education and what we do, but really the bare minimum, in my opinion, if you're going to talk about being a company that's dedicated to making your venue and your sport the most sustainable in North America, the very bare minimum is being able to have access to recycling when you're at the track.
Of course, yeah, I think everyone here agrees with that.
I think, Logan's talking a lot about the outreach in the community and the education of the community. From the facility side of it, where Pat and I live, and especially I live in that world, looking at how we do this from a logistics standpoint, how you start with the, water bottle in somebody's hand, get it into the right receptacle, and then from that receptacle goes onto a larger container for holding until we can empty it. I've met with other large sporting venue teams here in Indianapolis, and I don't think they have faith in even their systems in a much more controlled environment that it's actually happening. So this is something that
I would say maybe on a limited basis, everybody feels like they're doing a little bit. But we want to take this, use this opportunity to take this and say, we're doing it 100%. Here's the proof. We know that the trash went into this receptacle, went to this point, went to the recycling facility, got sorted. We want to be able to track that all the way through. We're working with groups that might convert the plastic into diesel fuel or fuel that can be used on the road. We want to tell that story all the way through the process. And from a facility standpoint, we think we have a unique position to be the only one in the world. We know we're the only one that hosts 300,000 people on a single day. Let's tell a story about what happens with our waste, with our whole process to get there.
Thank you.
So I'm also thinking about how this pilot project is kind of put in statute and its impact to Marion County. And I think that the IMS has a great impact on the whole entire nation, right? But what is its impact directly with Marion County? I know that is diverting waste because it's located in Marion County, but I'm wondering if do you know about how many like participants come regularly locally from Marion County that are doing this recycling, and that may take some lessons learned from what you guys are doing out into the neighborhoods? Are there your impact kind of on that more close level, and it's more centrally located?
Yeah. 65% of our attendees are local to central Indiana.
The other thing is too, I mean, it's gonna spread to the Pacers, hopefully, and it's gonna spread to the Colts as far as how we're doing it, if you guys do this. So that we expand the footprint within Marion County from that standpoint. So it's a great opportunity from that for the state and for the area.
Yeah, we worked closely with the Colts and the Pacers as well on a few other projects. We're really excited to continue helping and hoping to influence them with this project, with our composting project and everything else that we have on.
Can we see the pace car be a recycle truck? Just give us one lap.
Trying to get the EV Corvette.
No.
Track last year, we get a recycling truck on a couple laps.
Yeah.
I mean, that's worth what, 1.2, is that what you guys want?
Any other questions from the board?
I think a closing remark from me, I was just at the Rolex 24 in Daytona Beach. NASCAR's premier Daytona 500 is hosted there. I met with their president last week, and they're only, just to put it in perspective, they're only recycling within 15 to 20% of their venue. And we're probably much more at like 70 to 75%. So we're trying to get to that last hurdle where we're 100% recycling in all of our locations with inside our gates and outside our gates.
All right, thank you.
Well, thank you all for the time and for consideration.
All right, thank you, Kelly. The next company we have on our list is Plastics Recycling Incorporated. Mr. Fred Reed, General Manager, and Brandon Shaw. Are there?
Yeah, I'll be one presenting. So,
And you are?
I'm Brandon Shaw.
Mr. Shaw, thank you very much.
I appreciate this opportunity. So yeah, I'm one of the owners of Plastics Recycling. We're a private family company. It's been around since 1988. And our focus has always been to find ways to recycle waste that nobody else wants to handle. We've been doing that since the 80s. So we operate a 550,000 square foot plant on 67 acres on the west side of Indianapolis, off Rockville Road. So we're one of the largest plastic recyclers in the US. And I'd say I'm kind of here by accident because 3 years ago, we started an e-waste plastic recycling company. So we wanted to vertically integrate a waste stream that was basically exported. So we bought the equipment, we vertically integrated it to our compounding operation, and we're the only ones in the US that are separating polymers to be reused to close the loop. So that was a feed stream that we started with. At the same time, a guy brought me a bucket of what we call ASR, and that's what we're going to talk about today, which is automotive shredder residue. And ASR, there's billions of pounds a year that are thrown away. It's probably one of the largest
waste items in the US. But we took that sample, we took the technology we have and tried to figure out ways, how can we take this stream and landfill convert it to make it back into usable product? We spent the last 2 years doing that, figuring out how to do it. I think 3 trips to Europe, looking at different technology. And what we're proposing is something that is done everywhere except the US. I mean, it's done in Europe. They're required by law to recycle 95% of this material. So when this project or this grant came up, we thought it'd be a perfect opportunity. So in the nice thing about this project, there's 3 partners basically. There's OmniSource, which operates one of the largest metal recycling plants in the US, which is off Holt Road. There's our site off Rockville Road, and there's Heritage Group, which is one of the largest waste companies. So what our project will do is we will take what we call ASR fluff, which is material. Omni brings in metal cars, they recycle the cars for the metal, and they produce 360 million pounds of waste a year in Indianapolis. So what we would do with them is they would screen the material there. 213 million pounds of that would come to us, where we then screen again, size reduce, polymer separate, metal separate to create clean fractions to feed our extrusion process. So it's just another example like the we waste of how we can vertically integrate waste from waste to a finished pellet. So we've got the people, the land, the technology. It's just scaling down. That's basically what we're here for today. So
Are you currently shredding vehicles?
we are not a shredder of vehicles. We're a downstream
Okay.
auto shredders. So they shred it. They send it to Southside landfill, 360 million pounds a year right now. And we would divert 220 million pounds to our site.
I see.
So our goal is we would, of that waste fraction, we'll create 3 fractions. There's plastic, which is where we come in. There's metals go back to OmniSource. And then there's waste, which we consider waste, which Heritage comes in to use as an engineered fuel to fuel cement kilns, basically.
What happens to the mercury?
The mercury? Well, I mean, well, in 2013, OSHA approved the recycling of cars. So OmniSource, they have to test periodically for their heavy metals, mercury, PCBs, have approval to ship to Southside landfill.
Okay.
So they test there. We just opened a $2 million lab at our site, which is probably the most sophisticated lab when it comes to plastics, where we can test. So yeah, so we'll be monitoring that pretty closely.
What type of plastics are you processing now?
Now, so the main fractions are polypropylene, polystyrene, polyethylene, ABS, some PC ABS.
Is it post-consumer, post-industrial?
We do both. Yeah. So our focus is the last couple of years is how to mine post-consumer waste. So we have to have some post-industrial, which is better material to feed with post-consumer material to make a good product at the end. So what we're hoping to do is take the material, and what's happening in our market is the recycling mandate. So like the big OEMs, the Fords, the GMs, they're required to put a certain amount of recycled content in their plastics in their car. So we'd be the only one in the US that are taking, auto waste from auto waste back into a car. So we've had approvals with LyondellBasell, which is the largest plastic company in the world. They've tested this material we produced. For the tier 1s, the tier 2s, and a lot of the products will go back into door panel, bumpers, center consoles, products like that.
I'll be honest with you, I'm very ignorant when it comes to ABS or automotive plastics. Can I take blue ABS and cream ABS and all the different colors and make one product to send back to the automotive industry?
You can make black.
Exactly. So it's very similar to all the recycling that we do with plastics on a daily basis.
Yeah, and there's some
You're not
cases,
going to use optical sorters,
well, we will have,
separate colors.
we'll have NIR sorters on the front end to purify different streams, and then optical sorters on the back end. So, you know, there's some cases we can make light colored material to maybe go back into a colored part.
And how is this gonna increase your employment?
We estimate 48 people. So that'll be a mix of truck drivers, Bobcat drivers, people operating the shredders, the separation systems, wet, dry, everything.
In simple terms, can you explain the technology that would come that's not here in the US?
Yeah, so. Yes, and why it's done in Europe is because of the landfill fees. You know, when you're spending $200, $300 a ton to throw stuff away, right, you have to do it. So here, when it's $20, $30, $40 a ton, it's not economical in some points. So it's an easy concept. The only thing different than what we're doing on the e-waste is basically the shredding and aspiration. Because in this stream, there's a lot of junk. I mean, you got the foam from the seeds, the fabric from the seeds, you get wood, you get everything else. So basically what, you know, from start to finish, it's you bring it in, you screen it, you want to get rid of the light waste, the foam and fabrics, which is aspiration, trommel, and then you go to a vertical mill because there's still some metal in there. So we got to be careful size reduction. So there's a certain mill we've been testing out in Kansas City, which can handle it. So you size reduce it, you screen it again, because you got your unders, which aren't recoverable, your fines, your dust, which would be a fuel blend. You've got your accepts, which are your middle fraction, and you got your overs. The overs recirculate back through to be size reduced again. So size reduction, and then what you do is you do so you got screening, and then you go to another screening step where you screen again, but then you gravity table your plastics from your metals. So you come up with clean metal fractions, which then could be one of these eddy currents and metal detectors and optical sorters separate copper from, you know, ferrous, non-ferrous copper. And then what we do is we're left with a clean plastic fraction, and that clean plastic fraction, that was step one. So step two is we take it to the high intensity washer. So it's a 300 horsepower washing machine, which is friction and water will scrape that surface clean. So if you've got oil, dirt, debris, we get it off there. Because we want to get it as clean as we can before we go into our next step, which is our wet separation. Wet separation, it's pretty simple. It's just changing the density of the water. We run basically 3 tanks, which a 1.2 density tank, we sink out material that's waste for us. There's too many different plastics that can't be separated. That's a fuel blend. It then goes to a 1.1 density tank, which is material that we can recover and use in the compounds. And then the 1.0 density tank is mainly your polypropylenes, polyethylenes, which will mainly go back into cars. So it's all machinery that we run today. The only difference is the vertical shredder and the capacity. To run 230 million pounds takes a lot of land, a lot of power, a lot of people. So, but the nice thing is it's a concentrated stream right down the street, basically. Like there's not many waste streams in Marion County or other cities that are generated in one spot.
One of my questions or concerns, obviously, is with a project as large as this, 14.4 million, and $4 million ask, you don't want a piece of pie, you want the whole pie. So we have to get a return on it. And our return in our RFP was in a 2-year time frame. Are you gonna be able to get it built, manned, operational? And what return are we gonna get in a 2-year time frame for the entire state of Indiana?
Yeah, we could. Yeah, we have the land, which is, like I said, it's easy. It's gonna take us 16, 18 months to have the building in place. And machinery is gonna take us 12 months to get here, probably. And some of the equipment we already have, it's just
Okay,
getting it set up.
so in 6 months, what's my return?
It'll be good.
Doesn't,
What's that?
okay,
Yeah,
that's very easy to tell me. Yeah, when you're $4 million, It's, the way I look at this right now, it's my 4 million.
Yeah.
Now I'm asking you what the return is gonna be, and you're gonna say, it's good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, that's not a very comforting answer.
Freddie, you have the.
I think our return, our cash flow model shows that we return that $4 million over 3 years and start gaining positive cash flow after the third year. So it's I don't have the return on assets or return on investment in top of my head, but from a cash flow standpoint, it is positive cash flow. It gets positive within 3 years, and then from there, basically, it's free cash flow.
Thank you. That's the detail that I was looking.
I mean, there is 3, revenue streams there, your metals, your plastic,
Right.
fuels, and then there's other credits and stuff like that. We're looking.
Curious with the fuels. And obviously, when you're taking a mixed fuel blend and alternative fuel, that's interesting. I think that's a beneficial reuse in some cases. And I'm concerned about the mercury. I've dealt with auto flip for years. We've used it for alternative daily cover
Yeah.
in landfills. I mean, I don't know what Southside's doing with it, but
Same.
it's a challenge, and do something good with it would be exciting.
And we've made good pellets out of it so far, and we've run trials in our current equipment.
You talked about plastics to fuel in here. You weren't talking about working with the chemical recyclers. Is that what you're referencing or not?
No, we were gonna go fuel to kiln, like it'd be a fuel blend for
Okay.
that. I mean, there's discussions we're having to go plastic to chemical, but nothing's proven out yet in that world. So, but we've looked at some paralysis options with. Can't speak much about it, but it's in the cards if we can do that.
Thank you.
I think one of the important things when we talk about this project is Brandon talked about 360 million pounds that OmniSource takes to Southside landfill as cover. They do that as a daily cover. And if we can divert, I think our projections are 59% of that we can divert to reusable products. The plastic, the metal, and the fuel. So 220 million pounds a year, just in Marion County, and then we could scale that if we need to or can throughout the state, even the country. We would be the only company in the United States doing it, basically.
There's people doing it now, not for the plastic recovery, but the metal recovery. Because there's enough value in it just in the metals, especially critical metals. So we work with some of those now where, their byproduct is the plastic. And when they create that metal fraction, they actually create a better plastic fraction. It's great. You can take that, separate it. So.
And if plastics comes up, your life's better.
Yeah.
Because obviously you're facing pretty tough commodity pricing right now.
Yeah, it's tough across the board, but it's, and that's why you've got to be vertically integrated to it, like just to create a fuel blend or just a plastic regrind.
What percentage of your material is rubber?
I got to look. It's usually when it comes off the machine, it's a blend of tire, rubber, and.
Correct. I mean, I just rough guess, 5%, 10%,
4%.
4%.
And there's another 9% that comes out. In one sink float tank, so 15%.
Okay.
So it should be in our proposal.
I'm sure it probably is. Thank you. How much material is Heritage handling for you?
So they would take the full,
9 million pounds. Heritage would take 100 million pounds per month.
9 million pounds per month.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members?
Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so very much. Sorry for the interrogation.
You're welcome, and I enjoyed talking.
The next applicant we have on our list is Workforce Incorporated, DBA Recycle Force. I have Andrew King, Director of Inventory and Quality Control, Dustin Jones, Chief Operating Officer. And you don't look like either one of those two.
I'm not. Krista Carlino, Director of Development and Communication, my colleague Andrew King, and then our partners from the city of Indianapolis. We have Mo McReynolds, Project Manager, represented on our Zoom. And we have the city of Indianapolis's Director of the Office of Sustainability, Ms. Morgan Mickelson. I'll allow them to introduce themselves and their roles. And I have a quick handout for all of you.
So I'm Andrew, I'm the Director of Inventory and Quality Control. I'm tech support. I don't know. I have the numbers, kind of put them all together. So if there's detailed questions, they let.
Good brains behind them.
Yeah, about the program.
And as Krista mentioned, I'm Morgan Mickelson, Director of the Office of Sustainability. We're joined by Mo McReynolds on video as well.
Yeah, I thought I gave you. Okay.
Yeah.
So, good morning, everyone. Our pilot program is dubbed Circle City Recycles. Recycle Force, we are currently almost to substantial completion on our new facility located in Sherman Park. We have a warehouse of more than 100,000 square feet that will be complete in just a couple short months. And we created this graphic to demonstrate the work that we plan to do through this pilot. In the center is that facility, which we are referring to as our community convenience center, where individuals can, from the public and from our commercial venues, can drop off waste at our site. We are currently an e-waste, electronic waste recycling company, but with that often comes a lot of solid waste, cardboard packaging, styrofoam, plastic, fiber, and other options. We plan to utilize our convenience center to have a diverse array or a multifaceted collection approach, not only from the commercial and industrial community, but also from the public. We have partnered with our friends at Pacer Sports and Entertainment to do large events. We also have community partnerships with many neighborhood associations, churches, and small communities where we set up shop on site and do large scale collection events. We also have corporate partnerships where they do drop-offs at our site or at our current site, or we have several box trucks that we dedicate to corporate pickups as well. Currently, those are just dedicated to e-waste, but with the changes in 1226, we'll be able to open up some streams and begin to collect things like plastic, cardboard, paper, and other streams. And then finally, we do pop-up community collection events. We partner with the city of Indianapolis, the Office of Sustainability. We pop up in parks all over town and do lots of drive-through events where we set up with laborers. We do active sorting on site and then haul away those box trucks back to our facility for processing. We initially submitted for a $4 million ask. We did ask for the whole pie initially. However, as Deanna mentioned earlier, some of the supply chain issues that have impacted our site include our doors. And I won't go into too much detail, but if you have door questions, Andrew can answer those. But we did project about a 90-day delay in the ramp-up period that we proposed to you initially. And so with that, we submitted to the board a letter where we would essentially take a look at a smaller project with a lower diversion rate at either a $2 million ask or a $1 million ask. The commodities that we're currently accepting and have active engagements for, whether it be formal partnerships, letters of support, or active participants, those commodities include glass, cardboard and paper, steel, mixed plastics, PET, aluminum cans, and rare earth elements. In your handout, you'll see some of our partners there. You'll notice that all of them are in Indiana. So this is a circular economy sort of project as well. So utilizing all of those features and all of our partners and supporters listed there as well, we really feel that we can utilize the funds not only for labor. We know clean streams are important and we need folks to do that sorting and processing. But also there's a substantial earmark for outreach and education. And if I could at this time, I'd like to call my colleague, Director Mickelson, up to talk a little bit about the state of solid waste in Marion County, as well as some of the current education and outreach programs that we have going on that will dovetail into this. Morgan?
So as Krista mentioned, a solid portion of this project would focus on community outreach. And within Marion County right now, I'm sure everyone in this room knows that we are struggling within recycling. It's often said we do recycling worse, the biggest city to do recycling worse. We have about 11% recycling rate. And that is based off of the subscription at the residential level. And so we do see that this opportunity could really help us increase opportunities for residents to divert the recyclable materials and then also educate residents about what is recyclable and what their options are, such as this community convenience center. Anything else to add before we open for questions?
I don't know that we have any more, but happy to discuss any of those pieces with you all.
You are already servicing various sites.
We currently have one site, sir. We're leasing a facility. We're leasing a facility off of Roosevelt Avenue. So we only have one brick and mortar site currently that will be vacating in a couple short months, and we'll have our new permanent home in Sherman Park between.
Collecting,
It's a mobile collection.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes.
you're already doing that.
For electronic waste, yeah.
Just for electronic waste, and we only do it roughly on a quarterly basis with the city of Indianapolis. And we do essentially 2 to 3 collections per month with our other partners currently, but it's just for e-waste. So none of those additional solid waste streams are.
So explain to me exactly then why this is a pilot project.
Yeah, so it is piloting those additional solid waste streams so that when folks come through, they can bring us their cardboard boxes from all of their online purchases, all of their plastics, even their tin cans, aluminum cans, things like that. They can bring us their paper and other products as well. And so when we go in, when they come through the drive-through, pop open their trunk, we will be sorting multiple streams as opposed to just e-waste and things with boards. So this is a free pilot project for the community to be able to bring more than just their e-waste. And when we say free, when we partner with the city of Indianapolis, the city pays Recycle Force to do that work. So technically the taxpayers are still paying for that drive-through service, technically indirectly through their taxes. And so we would really like to offer that fully free to the community at no cost to the city during this pilot project, to demonstrate and educate these mobile drop-off sites and collection. We really want to bring collection to the community, meet the recyclers and meet the products where they are, but also make sure we can open up those streams as well and do the education all around the community.
So when these are implemented, how are you going to fund these sites after the grant cycle?
They're not a physical location, so we'll have box trucks, we'll have labor, we'll have folks on staff to do this. This pilot, it is our goal to demonstrate a return on investment so that it is sustainable long after the pilot project.
A lot of this program is really based off of rethinking how the public and companies interact with their waste streams, right? Most of us just have no idea about how recycling actually happens or what can be recycled, right? We're encouraging people to come to these community centers. The first one, the goal is to have multiple community centers long-term, right? The first one's going to be our new facility, to see that we can project out the people that are coming in. How clean are the streets? What are they bringing? What are the questions they don't know? I mean, the biggest question I get about recycling is styrofoam recyclable? And I bet PRI says yes, right? And can you recycle pizza boxes? And everyone thinks the answer is no, but the answer is actually yes, right? There's a lot of misconceptions. So we're trying to interact with the people different on a fundamental basis and get them more involved instead of having a container that they put stuff in that they hope gets recycled, right? Because they just don't know, the people don't know.
So a similar question I had earlier is, it's still volunteer for the public to bring the material to. What would be the difference between just the normal drop sites, the 26 drop sites that are throughout the city that are, I guess they're unmanned, but what would be, how could you encourage more diversion as opposed to the current diversion that, or the current material that's going to the drop sites today?
Do you want to speak to that? Absolutely. So the current drop sites are unmanned
Yeah.
sites that our solid waste team does service. They end up servicing those very frequently because people tend to leave things that are not recyclable there. They tend to just drop off their trash or large heavy items. We are trying to, educate the public on the ways that we would like to help them dispose of it, such as heavy trash pickup and other solutions. But right now, the 16 drop-off sites is just not a sustainable solution as is. Moving towards a staffed drop-off facility would be more ideal.
Other
Questions, board members?
I kind of want an explanation, a little bit more of the drop-off drive-through community events. Those would still be collecting any residential recyclable materials, so your plastics. I guess I want to understand the reason, like if you were only going to a township community and had a drop-off event, I understand those for e-waste. Other things that are hard to dispose of. But I want to see I don't see a resident fully hanging on to their plastic bottles and cans.
Right.
Until there's one event this year in my community.
And so that's the frequency. Great question, Deanna.
Yeah.
So the frequency of the pop-ups will be more frequent. So last year in partnership with the city, we did 4 e-waste collection events, and they were geographically located around the city, and the funding is that the city puts forward is only $40,000 annually for those e-waste collection events. And so Deanna, to your point, we see those pop-ups becoming more frequent. The goal of our pilot is to hit those townships at least twice a year. However, we know as we grow out our pilot project, and even some of our partners here in the room may consider, working with us on some of this. I think that should be encouraged. We have a $4 million pot, and not all of us will get dollars. So I think in addition to the scaling up of those, making them more frequent so that you're not having to hold on to those things is critical. But then to answer your question about those physical unmanned sites, we slowly see those either transitioning over to something that's more manned, or as Andrew mentioned, having micro sites in the future. We really need to, our goal with this project is to really demonstrate the sustainability amongst these commodities, as well as the education of the public. And so we agree, we would love to be out there more frequently, but with the funding pot being what it is, we just don't think it's feasible to, have 81 visits across all 9 townships over the course of the 24-month period. It may not be as feasible with this small pot of dollars.
But if I may add, we often hear from residents that do kind of collect their materials and try to take them to a drop-off site, but they're unable to leave them there because it's full, there's a long line, whatever the case may be. And so looking for better solutions there is critical.
The total tons, even in the letterhead of the smaller amounts, where did you come up with those?
So, good question. So, basically I project out, we run a very small dock where the community comes in. So I've got about 12 years of historical data about how much the community drops off of different waste streams, right? So I looked at every individual waste stream and basically projected out, I believe, a very low amount of materials. The basis of all of these numbers also is that I was following the waste stream, right? Single stream makes up, or residential waste makes up 15% of Marion County's waste, right? So I'm looking at the whole waste stream, just not one fraction of the waste stream. We have a lot of corporate businesses that we do business with that we can tap into their waste streams also, right? And it's just helping educate them about how to manage their material.
So.
Does that answer your question? Because
I think you were going. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to go back to the sustainability of this project. So you're hoping that after the grant funds are expended, that you will have built up such a reputation that you'll be getting enough product brought to you to help sustain this?
correct. So.
Is that what you're?
So part of that too is the fluctuation in commodity prices. That's why one, these items that we're looking at are very hard to recycle is because, cardboard at what point was it 8 months ago was $100 and something a ton. I think it's $5 a ton this month and last month. Then maybe a month before that, right? So the commodity prices are very hard for these. Glass has, value. We wanted to get it to strategic materials. We wanted to get it to Knauf, right? But it has very little value, right? So part of doing this is we're breaking up every individual streams. So we can actually look at an ROI for every single stream and say, what did we put in to get this amount of material of glass to be recycled? And is there any process improvements to do that? Because part of the grant was also looking at the total circular economy for this materials within the state of Indiana. How do we get glass from consumers or customers, right, processed all the way through the state of Indiana to an Indiana manufacturing? We'll use Knauf as the example, right? And what did that cost? Where are the gaps? Where are the problems? Part of the grant was asking for those things. That's why we broke everything up into the individual commodity prices, so we can do that for the grant on our quarterly reportings.
So how many events would you have? What would be the frequency of events for public collection?
We distinguish between the different types of events. So public large scale events like,
For
not just
like
a
community
Patriots
drop.
game. Yep, so in terms of what we've proposed in our scaled down versions, for our $2 million, we would have 31 laborers. And instead of doing 2 events in all 9 townships, we would do 1 event in all 9 townships annually over the course of 2 years. So it would be, in Franklin Township twice over a 24-month period as opposed to more frequently.
I remember a lot of this is data gathering points for the whole county, right? We have one central area that we're focused on as our new facility, but doing these is getting the data points, talking to the people, the educational part. How much are they really interested in this interaction? If there was a convenient place there that they could drive through their stop, right?
So if I live.
And
near
those,
one
and
of
forgive me,
these-
those are just open to the public events. Again, we partner with Meridian Kessler Neighborhood Association. We partner with Massachusetts Avenue Neighborhood Association, and we do small community pop-ups as well that are more geographically located and not really open to the township. So those will continue, as well as those larger open, public events that go for hours and hours and hours as well. And we do an additional event that is drive-through as well. Forgive me, let me.
So we normally do for the e-waste, right? So one of the other things that we're doing is that on e-waste, we're probably doing anywhere between 50 and 60 events on a yearly basis.
In our farmers markets as well, like we pop up at
Which
events.
for
every
e-waste,
year.
I think makes a lot of sense and is very
I
established,
agree.
because I don't have. Funny story, actually, I recently bought a house and there were 20 CRTs in the attic. So usually I don't have that much e-waste, and maybe it's once every 3 years that I have something, but,
I got you.
they've been recycled. But to the point of, and maybe this is, I'm so accustomed to having the convenience of
Yeah.
paying for having recycling at my home, that the idea of collecting, which a lot of people, either can't afford or don't have the option, or, just because of where they live. We do definitely need drop-off centers, but
We still need residential curbside as well.
we do love to hear more about that. But yeah, I'm almost wondering, instead of, to make this, I would rather see, we're gonna focus on, one particular geographical smaller area and have, as part of this, how much can our public education and the frequency effect. What if we just said, you know what, we're gonna have the opportunity, whether it's once a month or every 2 weeks, that we can have recycling, because that's a much more reasonable amount of time to collect.
We
it.
actually are able to do that because we just got a grant from IDIB. We were one of those October awardees. And so we do have some new equipment and some other things coming online that have marketing dollars attached to it. And that entire project is really centered around the Near East Side community and the Send community. So it is very much, we have that as well. So this is separate from that and would allow us to scale up even beyond sort of our geographic area within the Sherman Park, East Side community.
Remember, a lot of this is based off of challenging the established way that we deal with single stream recycling, right? And trying to figure out, is there a better way to do that? And we look at this as a way to help stimulate the economy, create jobs for underserved people in Marion County, right? So there's multiple wins on that. And get a very high percentage of recycling. We have a very high percentage recycling rate at our facility. And see if there's something better that we can do. Because, I think the public in general is concerned. Why do we only have 11%, right? There's reasons why that is. And let's think outside the box and see if we can't do better. Right. One of the strong things that I really enjoyed about this is that how much of this stuff can actually stay in Indiana. I don't think people know that story about Indiana. I'm like steel, cardboard, aluminum, plastic, PET. I mean, there are so many people here in Indiana, but people don't know that. And they've got to hear that story. And that's part of, the education.
So tying back to an earlier question for another applicant, and again, all these projects I think are excellent. They're all needed. How, if at some point in the future, and now we've got a representative from the state of Indianapolis, so maybe you can enlighten us. If there is an expansion of included with taxpayer dollar curbside recycling, how would that impact this particular project?
If I might make a comment first, the cost for curbside recycling, the subscription, I believe just was increased by 40 to 50%, maybe more. So I've gotten a lot of outreach to our facility of folks who are they can no longer sustain in their budgets, their fees for recycling service and are looking for alternative options. The other thing I would say, and maybe Morgan, you would be more eloquent than I, but the city of Indianapolis conducted a solid waste minimization study and found a lot about the behaviors for consumers and for curbside. And we know that there's going to be a huge gap in education before that rollout would happen. And I know there's also an official contract process the city of Indianapolis has to go through a request for information, request for proposal, and actually go through a public bid process with all of the solid waste contracts that are coming up for expiration soon. So that's also something to consider for the city as they look to hearing all of those proposals and putting together what I ultimately believe will probably be a patchwork to what we currently have in Marion County, which is a variety of solid waste processors and companies coming together to unite toward a common goal. So
yeah, and I believe I agree that it probably will never be a stop shop solution. It is going to be.
You have to have multiple, right? Andrew, you work for ERI, right? He's an electronic processor. I'm an electronic processor. He's right down the road. There's asset recovery here, right? We work better together, right? Having this one solution that's going to solve all the problems, I think is sometimes that misconception in recycling. We've got to work together to do as much as we possibly can. And that's why, if we get single stream, yay, great, right? That means the people that aren't coming to these facilities or these events now have another option that they can choose from, right? Giving people options is the best thing that we can do.
Yeah, to that note, so it is our goal, Thrive Indianapolis states that our goal is to implement universal curbside recycling. And part of that opportunity is that our solid waste contracts are all expiring at the same time. And so that is happening somewhat independently, but we're looking at more of a circular economy approach here. And as Andrew said, we need more than one solution. We know that our residential recycling rate is a small fraction of the overall pie. That doesn't right now, it doesn't encompass multifamily as well, and so that's a huge issue, and so, you know, we could look at multifamily continuing to use our drop-off sites, but we know those are problematic from a staffing standpoint. We would like to be able to better, plan to use our drivers and our staff in better ways rather than just having to call them up on a moment's notice and go service the site because it is causing a mess and a public health issue. And so there's a lot of different reasons why we want to look at this holistically. Great question.
I think just to say what Kelly was saying too, though, is Recycle Force concerned with the sustainability. If there will be a reduction in theory, if there's universal curbside recycling implemented in the future, there will be a reduction in amount of material going to a man drop-off facility. And you guys are relying a big part of that for your sustainability for cost of operation. So is there concern and plans and contingencies?
Our sustainability, just with our e-waste streams is good. So these services, these additional streams that we're accepting are for the common good to do diversion from the landfill. Of course, we'll get, and I think we'll demonstrate with this pilot, should we be awarded, that there are some funds that are generated, but also some of these streams will need to be subsidized because some are more valuable or invaluable than others. And so that's what we hope to demonstrate. However, our program, our model, for those of you that don't know, the majority of our labor is subsidized by the United States Department of Labor. The individuals who we employ are formerly incarcerated, coming out of jail and prison. Some individuals are also experiencing homelessness and other things. So those are individuals that we constantly have in terms of labor. We have just recently got a sustainability grant from the Lilly Endowment to $5 million, 2.5 of which is a permanent endowment for sustainability for not only our facility, but our organization and the nonprofit services that we provide into the future. And then 2.5 of the other half will go toward physical capital investments, equipment, and then the marketing communication so that everybody in Marion County, Indianapolis, Central Indiana knows where Recycle Force is and knows the work that we do. And of course, we work, as you all know, at IDEM, we work with other solid waste districts and other municipalities all over the state of Indiana.
But to also be clear, so when I projected out the model for this program and when we will be analyzing the information, I am not calculating in federal dollars or grant dollars for this. So to meet sustainability means there are no subsidies involved with that, right? I think that's a really important thing to know because, you know, federal dollars and grant dollars come and go, as we all know. And my ultimate goal is to see, like, can this actually be sustainable?
I know we're not speaking out of turn, but one piece I'm really interested in is like subsidizing glass recycling. It's really difficult to properly recycle glass in single stream. And so I think this is a really interesting solution. You know, we had to cut back on the mass ad part. That would have been really propelling that. But if you could speak to that, that's why I said I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, given that.
I mean, most of the people in the room know that, you know, glass is highly recyclable, right? And we have this great manufacturer here, a global company called Knauf that's headquarters in Shelbyville. And they are literally importing from other states glass because we cannot generate enough for their feedstock. And, you know, one of the biggest issues is there's the spec that they need to meet, right? Compared to what's being collected and the value of it. So when you start factoring in labor and transportation, the value of the product to the recycling company doesn't cover getting it to that manufacturers to meet their specs, right? So there's a gap, right? And there's a lot of commodities that are in recycling that have those gaps. And most of us kind of know what those are, right? This grant gives us those abilities to kind of make that transparent, to say like, hey, if we want to do this, we're going to need some more help, right? We need to kind of streamline the process. You know, what can we do together to make this more functional? So I'm excited about it. I mean, glass recycling for me is so challenging, but like it's a huge important part of what we do, right? So
I'm thinking of it like from the circular economy perspective, it's somewhere we can drive diversion in addition to like what I already put in my curbside bin.
So you guys talked about funding for personnel costs that you get federal help for that, and your proposal stands out from a lot of the others because you have a large portion of funding requests going towards labor dollars.
That's correct.
I think just expand on why you chose to put that in your funding request. I think the board would like to hear how, and like, how is those dollars gonna be sustainable past the funding amount for the labor?
Great question. Our model is any job, better job, career. So when an individual is coming out of incarceration, that any job is on our recycle force for recycling e-waste. We have better jobs and careers that we transition our individuals out to because we provide industry recognized training and certification and credentials on our floor, whether it be forklift, OSHA, EPA 608, all and a whole gamut of other things. So those training programs are the subsidized piece. Once those individuals already have those trainings, they've gone through the federally subsidized program, we can transition them into a B job or a C job. And so what we envision and how we structured this is the individuals working on this pilot project over the course of 2 years will actually be a bump in pay. So these individuals will be trained, already have recycling experience, solid waste handling experience, and then we'll move into this sort of special pilot project. So those individuals will no longer be under subsidized funding. These individuals will be, incredibly trustworthy, highly trained, and be able to operate, whether it be the forklifts, box trucks, and other equipment that we have. Does that answer the question of the differences in sort of our labor divisions?
And the focus too. So, I really looked at, we could easily take $4 million and build some type of MRF type material, machine that does this. But at the core recycle force, we're focused on the people, right? And trying to create jobs for people. And we have demonstrated that with the people in the proper simple processes, you can have an extreme high recycling rate.
And your streams are incredibly clean because of that. So we sort at every stage, and we have individuals who are doing that at every stage, including when you come through our drop-offs, community drop-offs, we sort right there on site. We haul all of those items back to our warehouse. We sort them again. So it's very labor intensive, the model and how we operate. We do have equipment, but the majority of the work that, especially on the community public facing side, when you drive up to our dock, there will be people there at the door to greet you and help you sort those materials so that we don't get contamination at any point in our process.
Yeah, so instead of investing in, equipment, we're investing in people, which I think, to me, it's one of the reasons I work at Recycle Force. It's a better investment. It's going to make our society stronger. It's going to make our community stronger. And I think we'll end up recycling more if we start investing in people.
Yeah, so there is that economic impact, but there's also a social impact as well. You may have heard that in the city of Indianapolis, we've had a 15% decrease in violent crime. And we do really believe that our recycling facility plays a huge role in that because we put people back to work when they're not on the street.
So on that point, originally, with the original request of 4 million, you were looking at
40 labor,
2.3 million in labor and wages. And that was for 40 employees. And so with the revised one for 1 million, I think had said 17 employees.
That's correct.
So just proportionally, if I do the math, that's a little over $1 million in labor.
It is a little over $1 million, but we would only be asking for 932,000 roughly of the 1 million to go.
And
to
so
go to that.
Again, to the
Marketing would be about
sustainability.
65.
So to long-term sustainability, when this grant ends in 2 years, you think you would have enough revenue generation to cover that $1 million of labor? I'm assuming that's over 2 years, so.
Yeah, so after the 2-year pilot project, instead of having a tiered staff where the solid waste crew sort of gets paid a little bit more and has gone through the program, what we can do is actually incorporate and have these streams operating alongside one another in our warehouse. So it would be an all-encompassing project as opposed to, we want to make sure our metrics that we're tracking everything, weighing everything over the course of this 2-year project. So Andrew will have lots of different spreadsheets. We'll have different divisions on payroll, but moving forward, we really envision these streams and these workers to be more homogeneous as opposed to sorted out to study.
So after
the
2
pilot
years,
piece.
some of those laborers would have the federal grant funding to help pay for their labor. Is that what you're
Not
saying?
those exact people. Right? Because our model, we're constantly transitioning and training folks out. So our clients don't stay with us for years and years and years. Andrew's kind of an anomaly.
So, I mean, the idea is that in the quarterly reports, we'll be tracking the individual commodities, what they're worth, how much was put into them. And my goal is to work with IDEM about focusing on like, why are we're spending, I'm making up numbers, 40% of our labor to produce X amount of tonnage for something that has no value, right? I mean, it's part of the process for this pilot program, I imagine, to help work through the decision process of why is it costing so much to handle only a small percentage or a large percentage, or we're making more revenue here, right? The balance is to try to figure out that, how to get it sustainable. One factor that I don't think I can, and I don't think anybody can, is to project out commodity prices for 2 years. I mean, I sell circuit boards, I can't project out gold tomorrow, if I really wanted to.
One thing I didn't mention
So-
that I think maybe would help understand even our employees and how they go. We have a nonprofit type 1 supporting organization called Keys to Work, and Keys to Work connects our staff to those better jobs and careers. And so we partner with ERI, raise some of our folks go on and work in other industries and make those higher wages. And so that's why I say not those specific individuals.
Yeah.
But that's kind of where those folks go. So we're constantly trying to help people get better, get those better jobs and move on. And then we ultimately train folks that can do our programs.
Waste management. All right, you always raise my hand. On option 2, the $1 million Kelly was asking about. So is that eliminating those township pickup events, collection events?
So option 2,
It is, I think that one is basically.
This-
The way it read, it sounded like it was just your facility being ready to invent you.
Yes.
and marketing
And marketing. Now, this is.
and
not-
Pacers events would stay.
Yeah, but this is also, it's not like, for me, if I'm gonna go do an event, we've got this going, like, I'm gonna offer my customers, hey, we'll take your plastic, you wanna advertise cardboard and stuff like that, like. I'm still gonna do that, with all the normal events that we do,
Right.
not, right? And then we can maybe quantify some of that information into this program, of the grant also. I like to have the idea for customers to take everything you possibly can, right? It makes it easier.
Thank you for the opportunity to present. Any other questions?
Yes, excuse me.
No.
I believe, sitting here quietly listening to your passion and your excitement, I commend you for that. I think that and Craig, you may have looked at this as well. I mean, their volume numbers seem very aggressive. I mean, they're shipping 12 loads a week,
Right, so remember, a lot of this is based off.
pretty significant. When, particularly after curbside's implemented with the new franchise agreements. So I question the sustainability of the program. I'm sorry to say that.
No,
but-
it's okay, because the major focus that we have currently is with our corporate partners. That's where the bulk of our weight comes from, and we know that's where the bulk of the weight comes from the county as well. So those won't necessarily go away with the growing of curbside. Those large mass quantities from our large corporate partners,
Sure.
along with their e-waste needs, make sense to do one pickup and collect all of those items at once.
And as a lot of the recyclers in the room know, a lot of our corporate customers around the nation, the concept of sustainability is becoming more and more important. It's one of the reasons why one of the support letters that we have in here is with Covanta, right? So Covanta is seeing more and more of their customers saying, hey, we don't want our stuff to go to waste to energy. Do you have any other options? Right? We're seeing that across the board that people want a better option. Business wise, and it does make up a large portion of the stream.
And we already actively work with Covanta, and we already do that reclamation, the diversion through them. And it was in perfect concert with this call for application that our partners at Covanta reached out to us and said, how can we bring you more volume? If you go for these dollars, could you be able to take on more volume with more labor? And that's why you see the proposal that you see.
I would hope that your labor dollars include benefits.
Oh, you already know, sir. And then they pay taxes and we've got all the insurance, FICA, SUDA, and all of those things embedded in there. Yes, sir.
I mean, they're fairly high wages for the positions, in all honesty. And looking at those, I'm concerned with the tonnage projections and the sustainability of the program after the franchises are inclusive of mandatory recycling curbside. I come from an area of the Midwest where they have mandatory curbside in certain areas, and they have subscription curbside. They're 53% recycling. Or diversion of recyclable materials. There is a difference. And you can't just look at your landfill tonnage and say 53% of it was diverted. Because it's not
Apples to apples.
divertible material. Marion County at 11% without curbside. What it boils down to, you're gonna be fighting for the same piece of pie. Every other recycler and every other waste professional in Marion County or the surrounding counties are fighting for.
We are a nonprofit, which gives us an advantage in that space.
But there, and I can.
They really don't care. What they
Some do.
care is what money they get back.
And I understand that, and I kind of respect that. We first and foremost are a nonprofit that's helping people come out of prison, right? We're trying to reform people. Competition does not scare me. Again, right, Wes, I mean, great, good for them. I want them to get these contracts. You know, ERI is right down the street. Kusikowski is in Illinois. Sims is in Chicago, right? Competition. I'm coming at this from a totally different perspective, right? I'm coming at this as job creations, creating jobs, education to the people that want to recycle, and then going after business, right? Having competition is, I've had, you know, we've been in business since 2006. We've had competition the whole time. And the thing is like, I honestly I can't really compete with Andrew at ERI. I can't compete with the other electronic recyclers. Right? Because my main focus is not that. My main focus is people. And there is a blend with this program to do that. And I think tracking the numbers and being truthful about it with IDEM and the city saying, hey, we can make this work, or, you know, this isn't working. We need to start making some adjustments now to see if we can make this, right? It's that transparency that I think sometimes is lacking. And that's why I'm excited about the grant, so that we can be transparent with the city, with IDEM about, you know, these commodities and what it really takes.
Well, and in that light, please review your volume numbers.
Right.
Because I do believe that they are a bit aggressive, maybe more than a bit. And I appreciate all of the other comments that you made. Because there's nothing any more competitive in the solid waste and recycling industry, I can promise you. But there's nothing any more fun in the solid waste and recycling industry. Craig will attest to that. Anything else from any board member?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Bruce, new, so, and we have two more presenters. I just want to
Oh,
make sure that
I am so sorry. We've gone beyond our time frame.
we can just discuss what we want to do. If we want to at least hear from the last two presenters, if they can stay past the noon, that be designated or.
My apologies to everyone that's been out there sitting patiently. But we do have two companies yet to present. And both significant asks and significant resources. Does the audience have the time and the patience for two more presentations before we get to the potential awarding? With no objection, Do I have, we need a break. Does anyone need a break?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a. Everybody take a 5-minute break. That's a good idea. And then at 12, well, let's say 12:10, we will reconvene and we will get these last two presentations. All right, it is 12:12. We'll reconvene the meeting. The next applicant that we have to hear from is Republic Polymer.
Is this?
We have,
Yes.
Quiet, please. Welcome. Thank you very much for your patience. If you would, please give us a brief overview of your project.
Sure. Yep. Good afternoon, board members. Appreciate the consideration of our project. My name's, it was great to hear about the other projects as well. So my name's Tim Outman. I head up innovation and business development for Republic, and I'm joined by Chris Nye, the president of our Great Lakes area operations. So if I could just take a couple of minutes just to a little bit about Republic and then kind of set the stage on you know, why we think that Polymer Center project fits nicely with the stated desired outcomes that of the grant process. So Republic's a longtime leader in environmental sustainability, and most of you probably think of us as a recycling and waste company. And yes, we are, but full product environmental services company is probably a better description. The one that's making pretty big investments in decarbonization solutions as well as plastic circularity solutions for our customers and our communities. And around the country, speaking of communities, we've got 76 recycling centers, about 15 of which are located in the Midwest, and those 15 would send product to the project that we're envisioning here. So, you know, you're in the industry, right? So you most likely know that it's a balancing act between quantity of material trying to process and then the quality of those outbound bales. And you know, most of the time, right, the ops manager is trying to clean the tip board, right? So quantity can take over quality. And so our Polymer Center project here will allow recycling centers to focus more on kind of material capture and then push the plastic quality optimization to a Polymer Center. So a secondary sorting facility really kind of accomplishes three things. It'll generate less residual from the recycling centers, so meaning more diversion. It will generate on the upstream basis less yield loss. So those plastic converters, the pelletizers, manufacturers that are accepting the plastic bales will generate less yield loss, which then means more diversion. And then third, we end up with true plastic circularity. I did not bring my PET water bottle. I left it over there, but the Polymer Center will enable true plastic circularity. So a water bottle that goes into the system will end up becoming the water bottle after it finishes the process on the backside. So listen, we're excited about the Polymer Center project. Excited to see increased diversion, and excited to see increased plastic circularity, and excited to see more circular economy here in the state of Indiana. Happy to take any questions that you may have.
First off, good to see you. It's been years.
It has been years, Terry.
Less hair.
For sure.
One of the concerns I've had about this whole project, and not just this project, but the whole program as designated by the legislature, is I had a concern from the onset that we should not be placed in a position of spending money for the collection of materials that are already being collected and processed someplace. And you're proposing a plastics, focusing on plastic facility. We've already funded some plastic facilities here in the state of Indiana. What makes yours different? Make sure it's a pilot according to the definitions that we have to follow. What makes sure it's a pilot project
Sure, yeah. So to date, none of these facilities exist in the US. Now, we've publicly said that we are constructing one in Las Vegas, but a facility like this, it doesn't exist yet today in the US. So think about it in terms of, these recycling centers, again, they're focused on just trying to process material. And when when they're shipping those bales, right, that have been processed, if it's PET, it's got a bunch of HDPE in it. So when it goes to the pelletizer or the converter or the plastic manufacturing company, they're having to resort that, and that yield is lost, right? And it's either downcycled potentially, or it ends up back in a landfill. So a system like this, it's going to end up producing two different things. So we'll collect all we'll accept third-party volumes as well, right? Collect all of the PET and the HDPE and separate it. So we'll end up with two outputs. One, that PET, so that plastic water bottle will end up in a hot washed flake that will go right back into the manufacturing process to create another bottle. The other part of this is it'll have color sorted olefins. So when we ship that to the plastic converting company, they'll be able to convert that back into your Tide water bottle, right? Your Tide bottle, milk jug, things like that. So it will enable true plastic circularity, because many plastics, as you know today, are downcycled, right? It's going to turn into a black pipe that goes in the ground, and we're never going to see that again. So first of its kind facility, frankly, it'll be traceable right from the curb all the way back to that final product that goes back on the shelf.
We're supposed to be looking at short-term pilot projects. Yours doesn't look like it meets that criteria.
Sure. Yeah, so we've progressed plans that would have us up and running in 2024. We're down to a few different markets in which we're considering standing up shop, but we'd be operational in mid 2024. And you're right, it's builds the foundation for a business that will obviously serve the communities well into the year while investing this much money.
I don't think we've in the past purchased land, or funded the purchasing of land. Do you have land already?
Yeah, so we have lots of land throughout the United States, right? So and you're right, and looking through the application, we highlighted $1 million for land, $1 million for construction, and then $2 million for equipment. Obviously, we're going to spend a lot more than that on the equipment. But yeah, focusing in on the equipment side of things, we had requested $2 million to help, defray those costs.
So if we didn't fund the land, you could still move forward with that?
We could.
Can you explain for those of us that are not actively working in the recycling manufacturing process, what makes this new Palmer Center so unique? You mentioned that it's the first of its kind. What specifically about it is different, and what are the comparisons to existing?
Yeah. So think of it as a secondary sortation facility. So, the most of the companies in this space, in the plastics recycling space, will run these large recycling centers, process that volume, ship those bales, and like I go back to the example I gave previously. So if you're shipping a PET bale that you ran through your optical sorters and your baling equipment, it's got at least 10% HDPE in it. So we're mixing and matching different types of plastics. That doesn't work when you start moving downstream, right? Where they're going to ultimately end up creating a pellet that needs to be, polyethylene or polypropylene, right? And this system allows in a very clean way to separate those before it ever gets to those converters, right? Before it ever gets to the pelletizing companies, before it ever gets to the converters, going to create the preformed bottle that will ultimately end up, like that Mountain Dew. I think it's Mountain Dew you've got going on there. So you've got that aspect of it. And you can trace this back from the curb, right, all the way through we're not gonna create pellets at this operation, but the flake, the PET flake on one side. And there's companies, and, you know, Indiana's got plenty of, manufacturing companies that are dying for this material, right? Foam is ringing off the hook. It's going to be some of the cleanest material, because of the secondary sortation process that really doesn't exist in this form today.
With it being cleaner, will it be a more durable product compared if it had the contamination in it?
More durable in the sense of for when it goes back into.
Whatever it's made into.
Yeah, no, it'll be just as durable as virgin. So that process will, and whether that company ends up doing 30% PCR or 100%, right, just as durable. They've got obviously certain specs they have to hit. This will be right in line with that.
So, all right, what else about this project? How would you describe this? I guess I echo the 2-year concern about being able to really yield some results in that time frame. And then at that point, what do you expect will be the lessons learned for either expansion or replication throughout Indiana?
Yeah, so a facility like this is going to be regional based, right? So we publicly said that our first one of these is going to go in Las Vegas, and then we'd like to have one in the Midwest, right? So they're regionally based. So what will end up happening is, you know, recycling centers from an area like what Chris runs for the company will import, right, those plastics into this facility. It will go through the manufacturing process. And that'll be an input, a product that the other, you know, many Indiana manufacturing companies can use to help meet their, you know, their recovered content goals, right? A lot of the CPGs are asking for pretty significant, you know, PCR, right? Post-consumer recycled content. Facilities like this enable that, right? We're getting phone calls from CPGs that are interested in the output because clean stuff like this just does not exist today.
Do you have a location yet?
We're honing down into that, pretty much 11th hour. So I guess it ties in nicely to the timeframe that the board is considering for their grant process.
And then as far as the 2-year, would you guys be able to be built up and running within the 2 years?
Yeah, we'd be up and running in 2024, mid-year. I think I read in the application process, it take a few months to work through any paperwork. So let's call it, you know, a year of operating in the 2-year period.
And the material that would be coming into your facility for the secondary processing, where do you anticipate is coming from? Where would it normally be going to before the construction of this?
Yeah, so it goes to a number of different companies that will convert that material into pellets, right? They'll convert it into pellets. They won't have the benefit of that secondary sortation, or maybe it's sort of embedded into their process, but they're going to be focused on PET or HDPE, right? Olefins. Whereas this facility will enable a much cleaner product for them to consume. And maybe let me give you one other example of from a diversion standpoint, right? That's obviously important to the grant process. So, you know, a facility like this will have, earlier was mentioned something about NIR. This will have a medium infrared system, so that we'll be able to recover black plastic. So I was at Panda Express at the airport last night, and, you know, they give you the bowl, and the bottom of that is a black plastic, right? So since all recycling, you know, the belts of the recycling center are black, the optical sorters are not catching those, right? This system will capture those black plastics and be able to route them into, you know, a bunker that we can then, you know, process, fail, and ship to someone who can use that in a way that doesn't get downcycled, right? Which is what's largely happening today.
Any other questions from the board?
Great. All right. Thank you. Appreciate your consideration.
And our next up last for today is the Waste Management of Indiana. We have maybe Betty Trimper, Tracy Winston.
Two different people, actually.
Okay.
My name is Mia Jankowiak, I'm the Area Communications Manager for WM in the Great Lakes area. And my colleague,
I'm Wes Smith, formerly with Ray's Trash Service, one of the legacies left here, worked for Ray's for 22 years. Now taking on a position with WM as the Indiana Area Recycling Manager.
Wonderful. So yeah, do you want to give us a brief description of your proposal?
yes, thank you for having us today. So our proposal is designed to help position Marion County as the epicenter of a circular economy in the state of Indiana through the investment of state-of-the-art processing equipment and facilities that will help drive waste diversion and a more sustainable tomorrow. It will have positive economic, environmental, and recycling supply chain benefits for Marion County and drive circularity in the state of Indiana. Our application is reflective of practical and effective method of diverting recyclable materials from waste streams for commercial reuse. This grant will allow WM to install equipment, optical sorters, that will improve the recovery of plastics, fiber, and help produce quality material for end markets, while improving efficiency and expanding upon existing capacity and capabilities of the current recycling operations in Indiana. Our vision has been presented to multiple stakeholders in Marion County, and we have assembled letters of support from various organizations, including IMS, Develop Indy, Knauf Insulation, and Pratt Industries. With partners like IMS and the investment of state-of-the-art processing equipment, we will be able to cultivate circularity in the state of Indiana and Marion County. And the collaboration with IMS creates opportunity to do just that through one of the state's largest economic drivers and associated events. The funds will go toward advancing technology to increase landfill diversion and invest in optical equipment. And WM would like to automate the capture of hard to sort plastics and bring Indianapolis into the future of waste collection and diversion as we work to build a more sustainable tomorrow.
So just to touch a little bit on what Mia has talked about here, is I want to kind of bring to the forefront of what does that mean as far as the new optical sorters. So what we would like to do is that we have some outdated equipment at the current MRF facility that we have. They're roughly around 8 to 10 years old, past the life of what most manufacturers view them as being. So we'd like to be able to, our intentions would be to replace that equipment, that existing equipment, and that we will be able to divert potentially 50% of our residue that we currently have in our trash. So we produce about 770 tons of residual, and we would like to recycle, 50% of that, about roughly around 385 tons would go directly back into the circulation of recycling. Not in addition to that, we would like to see the equipment installed so that we could improve the quality of the material that we're pulling off the system to get that contamination level down to be more attractive to our mill buyers or any other manufacturing outfit that purchases our material. And so that's also just like an infrastructure piece to go into what our long-term goals are. So this is the immediate impact that we would like to be able to do with the city of Indianapolis. It allows us to potentially run more volume, to get our throughput up in the facility so that we can maybe even chase after some additional contracts in the area or outside the area, but mainly inside the area so that we can, just improve the overall throughput through the facility.
Thank you. Do you have questions from the board?
You're basically upgrading a facility that you already have. I have the same concern with your application as I did with the previous one. It's not just these two applications. I've heard it several times in Sac Community. I don't think we should be placed in a position to pay the second time for material that's already being, collected. That's bothersome. Again, not just with your two applications, but with others that prefer. Unless you can come up with something different, I don't see how this meets the definition of the pilot project.
I think, you know, a large part of our proposal and our pitch is building the infrastructure that's required, you know, while it is an existing facility. You know, WM is working to make very strategic investments to continue to build and foster that infrastructure, one of which being the acquisition of key assets of raised trash service. The second being investing in that infrastructure to be able to make it, to be able to process these materials that we want to take to end markets and then drive circularity within the state of Indiana. So by driving these partnerships, supporting organizations like IMS, you know, we're driving a diversion from landfill disposal, but also able to manage these hard to handle materials.
Other questions from the board? Comments? I think at some level, I kind of echo the concern. You know, again, this is a little bit different than what this board normally reviews, but the premise of this being a pilot project is a unique set of circumstances. And again, I feel like all of the projects were, you know, have a lot of merit and value, but with each one, I'm looking for what is something that's unique, whether it's technology or, you know, marketing approach or something that is then going to yield some aha moments that could make this a true pilot project for a future expansion or replication.
You know, WM is always exploring that expanded sustainability options in the market. You know, and while we haven't solidified what future investments may look like, you know, those are always in discussion. You know, and the funds provided by this waste diversion pilot project will go towards directly this optical equipment as we work to place Indianapolis and Marion County at the epicenter of that circular economy and cultivate that more sustainable future with the ability to process more than 200,000 tons per year. Now, the long-term goal is to continue to make that position and positioning Marion County as the epicenter. And in long-term future, potentially investing in state-of-the-art facilities down the road. Whether or not we will do that is still under discussion. But we will be able to receive higher quality material and increase quantity of plastics, paper, cardboard, metal, and glass because of these strategic investments in Marion County.
And do you want to speak a little bit about economic development, job creation with your project?
Yeah, I would say from the economic development standpoint and jobs, you know, the first move was, of course, acquiring key assets of raised trash, developing and training our teams, providing the equipment and the state-of-the-art facilities. And long-term, we will continue to invest in these facilities that will then create more jobs and opportunities for those in Marion County.
Sir, I'm sorry, I forget your name. You got it down, but
Okay.
yeah, okay. You said it was about 375 tons.
385 tons a month that we would be able to recover out of the residual stream going to the landfill.
Okay, and where did the 9,574 tons of diversion come?
Over 2 years.
17 years. Oh,
The
no.
92 years old.
Is in your proposal.
That would be from the other facilities that we have that are feedstocking into the MRF at the Indianapolis location.
Okay.
So there's 9,000 other tons that's going to be coming into feedstock into that. Allowing us to update our equipment is going to allow us to bring that material in so that we can, process it here locally in Indianapolis.
Where's that material being processed now? At different locations?
Yeah, the Raised Legacy, mainly the Raised Legacy facilities, all, around the kind of like the donut
So it's
area.
still being processed, it's just not being processed in that.
Correct, it'll be been brought there.
So the processing won't happen at the other sister sites, so to speak, and it all comes into one site. The sister sites will be
Loaded.
But in Indiana or without?
No, it's all right here in the central Indiana area.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, guys.
I'm gonna back over to you, Bruce.
Thank you, Kelly. And a great thank you to all of our applicants and everyone in the audience for your patience today. As you know, this is somewhat a different process for this board. And we are looking at a 2-year program, prepare ourselves for, what's to come after the franchise agreements are rebid. And hopefully gain on our 11 or 7%, however you look at it, recycling rate in Marion County. A lot of information shared today. Again, we appreciate that. And there were some opportunities for additional answers. And in talking with some of my fellow board members, and in consideration of the time and the schedules that you all have, I believe it would be in our best interest to be able to vote on these applications for a period of 2 weeks to send out any questions that we have, obtain the answers to those questions, consider those, and have a vote within a 2-week period, which will be a public meeting on Teams rather than an in-person meeting to avoid the additional travel for the applicants. Does that meet with the board's acceptance? Is that something that anyone would like to comment on?
I definitely support that. I know we asked a ton of questions of the applicants and, really appreciate everybody's information that they brought and the presentations that they had, but I think I still have a number of questions, and I feel like it would be beneficial and a better outcome, honestly, for everybody to have time to get some of that additional answers and have time to review that and think on things a little bit more about what really meets the goal of the pilot grant.
I would second that motion.
Terry?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. However, we're still saddled with what the legislature sent us. And it says short-term and pilot project.
Absolutely.
And I will agree that every one of these applications that were submitted today were good applications. And if this were a normal grant cycle, then every one of them warrant serious consideration for financial reward. But that's not what we have in front of us. We have something that's very restrictive, unfortunately. And especially since there's another grant in the works, we need to send some kind of message to the legislature that what needs to happen, in my humble opinion, it's my opinion only, is that first off, this pinpointing a geographic area should not happen. This money comes into this pot from across the state, from landfills across the state. And so this grant opportunity ought to be opened up to the entire state, not just a specific geographic region. That's the first thing. So if we want to delay that, I don't have any problem. We're still saddled with this pilot project definition, and on the ones that I'm allowed legally to comment on, I saw only 1 or 2 of them that met that definition. So, whether it's delayed or not.
And maybe just to expound on that for those that are less familiar, we as the board members are restricted by the specific language that was set out there for us in terms of what qualifies and meets the definition and the needs for this funding. So it's challenging because, like you said, I think all the projects have a lot of validity and we always would love to see everybody be able to propel this forward, but it does make our job analyzing things a little bit more difficult.
Any other comments?
So from a board standpoint, would it be better off if when we meet in 2 weeks, we take the first, let's say we block a 3-hour block and take the first hour or so, we talk to the board, then we bring these people in from a Zoom standpoint and give our results. Because I think there's questions amongst the board that we need to ask each other with what Terry's bringing up and what else we're talking about. Then we can go back to the applicants. That's just, throwing a dart at the wall right now, trying to figure out how we can.
Unfortunately, Andrew, that falls under the public meeting
Yeah.
meeting act. And we cannot do that.
State statute says that it has to be a public meeting if there's more than 2 board members.
It could still be I think it could still be a public meeting, but
Yeah.
instead of having, we would just be having an open discussion like we are right now. And talk about some of these, merits and concerns, and then we would move on to.
Can you folks check with legal counsel to see how much latitude we have? Because if we didn't have that pilot project language in there, and if we could apply the same rules and parameters that we normally apply in our grant cycle, then that would free our hand up to actually deal with things. I don't personally see how we have much latitude unless legal counsel says different.
And I think that is a great example of the type of questions that we can discuss over the next 2 weeks.
But that brings me to the fact that by doing it the way they set it up, pilot program, you limited applicants that would have put in if they could have been outside Marion County, because some of these they're putting a processing center in Marion County, possibly because they can get a $4 million grant.
Yeah.
They might have put it in my county, in Allen County, maybe, if they were allowed to submit for this grant, but since that's where I see what you're saying. Some of these aren't true pilot programs. They're getting equipment for
And
upgrades or
and that's what we normally fund.
yeah. So,
I definitely can consult with Kathy Mills and Michael French on this, and get back to you guys. Kathy is online if she wants to say anything at this point. But I think that's where, as Kelly was mentioning, the board is finding challenges is in the saying to the definition of the statute, and the statute doesn't really define what a pilot project is. I actually, in reviewing these, even looked up the definition of a pilot project and tried to find out if these met that parameter. We all have in our own idea of what a pilot project is. And they all are slightly different. So I think that is going to be part of the conversation the board needs to have, and why maybe now is not the time to.
I think there was a
Move
lot of
forward.
information and a lot of stuff and a lot of questions that came out. I would say that, continue with that motion that we table everything for 2 weeks. We come back, we reconvene in 2 weeks. And, before we actually physically make the vote, maybe we discuss each one that we can as a group. And if it has to be a public setting, it has to be a public setting. And then we start whittling it down. We got 8 right now. Maybe we did whittle it down to the top 4, then we whittle it down to whatever to come up with that. But I say we do that in 2 weeks because we've got a lot of information, fantastic presenters today. Everybody is burned out, I think. And so my motion is to table everything for 2 weeks. We reconvene and then we, maybe look at my proposal would go is the top 4 and then we debate to the top 4 and then go from there.
So I have a motion to table and then somewhat parameters on voting actions. But let's deal with the motion to table the vote currently.
That's not debatable, is it?
I'm sorry?
There's no discussion on that, is there?
Sorry.
Motion to table.
We
I'd
can
like to
have-
say something.
We'll give you your chance. And
Then,
do I have a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Now, is there any discussion?
then I think the question that I asked Deanna to check legal counsel before on whether or not it's appropriate, fiduciarily speaking, as a board member, for us to spend money on the collection of material that's already being collected. Because some of these grants applications are like upgrades, which we normally fund. But under these parameters of this grant cycle, should we be spending money to pay for something we're already paying for? And I don't know whether legal counsel has dealt with that or not.
But it's our responsibility to take that $4 million and distribute it to the applicants. Under those parameters, right, but do we,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
is, I'm trying to be fiscally responsible in giving money to people who we don't think deserve it. I mean, not deserve it, but qualify for it.
To just be clear, we are not obligated to allot all $4 million.
Okay, that's
We're not out, we're not
Okay.
obligated.
We're not obligated to allocate any of it.
So if we don't find projects that we think fit the definition of a pilot project and are appropriate and we think have the return, we don't have to.
I mean, the legislation did lay out specific things, right? And that's kind of how IDEM evaluated these and submitted that to you all. So, I mean, it might make sense to go back to that and really, as a board, as voting board members, really critique them based on those things that were in the legislation. And I think that will answer your question, Jerry, most significantly, quite honestly.
And additionally, I think from some of the original applications, I feel like more information was shared today. Thank you. And if there's additional information that you can send to Deanna that could be distributed to the board, that would also be beneficial, I think, for us to consider.
I went through those applications that are this thick. Now it's might make a bit more sense than most time we did it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other pertinent discussion? Hearing none, we'll do a quick roll call vote. Ms. Uyghur,
Yes.
Ms. Hackman,
Yes.
Mr. Guerin,
Yes.
Ms. Wessler,
Yes.
Mr. Lutz,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gratz.
Yes.
And I vote yes, so it's a unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Oh, I missed Terry, or Andrew,
Yes.
Mr. Noonan.
Yes.
Ooh, it was almost not unanimous.
See, it's been a long meeting. folks. Sorry.
Okay.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
So those attending today, board members, I will contact board members, we will find a time that works best for all of us, and then I will reach out to all the applicants, to make sure they're aware. We'll get that turned around as quickly as we can. Pat, yes,
Just a real quick, 2 quick comments. The first one is, you said a week meeting, 2 weeks by team.
we need to do Zoom.
Yeah,
By,
by Zoom, it cannot only be by Zoom. It has, you have to have so many folks, so many members have to be in person.
By your policy.
that's right.
So it can't be completely.
We can make that work.
We could be here. You just said that.
Right.
These folks don't have.
We have to have a form here in the room.
Yes.
Before we can have that.
There's enough of us that I think live locally that we can make that happen.
And then the second comment is, someone made a comment about you don't have to award any of the 4 million. You may not have to award any of the 4 million right now, but I think, and we can verify this with legal just to make sure, I do think we have to award up to 4 million. It doesn't have to be now, but I do think we do have to award up to $4 million. I mean, you have to make an award, whether that means none of these pass and we go back out and we get more bids, get more, whatever. But I think the legislation, we do have to make an award for pilot projects. I just don't know, there's no set time frame as to when. And I'm not saying it has to be any of these proposals you've looked at now, but I don't think we can say we don't have to award any of the funds. But like I said, I can make sure that that's the same legal interpretation as well.
And that does, hopefully we can move forward and transition into something not quite on here, but I need to bring up because it just came up kind of, is that what Terry mentioned, there is a new proposed bill on the table, for House Bill 1512, for a second round of pilot projects. There is currently no dollar amount connected to those, so we're seeking clarification on if they're assuming that that is remainder of what is not, remainder of the 4 million not spent during the first round goes to a second round, or if that's an additional $4 million.
But that bill that's being proposed, I think they increased the geographic.
Yes, so the other changes to that is it's a 4-year pilot project instead of 2 years, and they changed the geographic area to include the 8 donut counties. I think that I'd like to propose the board, if they are interested in directing this language, make a statement. I can definitely help draft something that the board wants to see, but the board needs to tell me what they want, what kind of statement they want to see, and give to the Environmental Affairs Committee when they do a hearing of this bill. So, because we're talking now, this bill has some constraints that we have problems with. You guys sound like you have problems with.
I think you would find a lot of support on this board if a statement was drafted that basically says the money is collected for this fund statewide and ought to be made available statewide.
Yeah. And so that's why I wanted to talk about and discuss this now, and we'll need a vote on what the board wants to say, of course. But I think that this is a good opportunity for the board to speak up to the legislatures. for this.
I'd make a, but first, we release anybody who wants to go and maybe we can still talk about that. I mean, you guys don't need to listen to all that stuff and I don't want to.
Taking comments from the gallery.
I don't know.
We usually do take comment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We do have, after business, we do take input from the public. And we can do that at this moment, if you'd like, what input is out there. Oh, Allison.
Hello, my name is Allison Mitchell. I'm the Vice President of Sustainability at Mobile Resale. I'm here as a concerned citizen today. During this recent discussion, it feels like now might be a good time to remind the board that the fact that let me back up and say, often when judges and lawyers are trying to interpret the meaning of a law, they will look to circumstances around its creation. So I would recommend to the board to reach out to, perhaps invite to speak at the beginning of the next meeting when you're making the final determination of how to spend the fund. What was the situation at the time when the pilot project was coming into formation? What was the reason behind it? That might provide a little bit more background and color as to why it is restricted to Marion County. Initially intended to be restricted to the broader central Indiana. And the events leading up to the creation of the pilot project. So I would just invite the board to make that part of your discussion, perhaps near the beginning of your meeting in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
That would not change my position in stating that the money was collected statewide and it needs to be made available statewide. And Marion County can go ahead and apply along with everybody else.
So the purpose of why it was limited to the central Indiana region was because of what was stated here by lots of the applicants, that the recycling rate in Marion County far is below the recycling rates, and it has to do with infrastructure. And we're talking about investments in infrastructure that go back decades. And so the legislature was attempting to infuse a special fund of cash that's already been allocated for the purpose of recycling infrastructure into an area of the state that lags far behind other parts of the state. So it was essentially not just looking to apply it equally, it was looking to address a known deficiency in a geographic region in Indiana. Also realizing that Marion County has the largest population of any county in central Indiana, honestly, of the state. And because of the disparity between population size and collection of recyclable materials, that was the purpose behind it being a pilot project and having different parameters around it and limitations. And so, although it may be frustrating because this board is used to sort of doing things one way, and you got a curveball, do something different, apply some different rules. Certainly frustrating, I can imagine, but there was actual intention behind it.
But how can you do a pilot program when you say you want infrastructure? When you do infrastructure, you have to put your infrastructure in for 10 years if you're gonna build a MRF. If you're saying you need the infrastructure because there's no infrastructure to recycle, then maybe it shouldn't have been a pilot program. It's like, we need to award grants for infrastructure just in Marion County. to throw the pilot, that's where we're trying to figure out right now. Why are you calling a pilot program if you need infrastructure for 10 years?
So I think that's a discussion we continue to have at that meeting in 2 weeks. What we need to discuss now, just because we all, I think, want to get out of here,
Well-
is this new proposed language. What, I mean, they really didn't change the language in this new proposed language. Do we still see validity in
What
focusing
is the
centrally?
timeline? What is the timeline on 1526?
I think the first hearing is going to be in about a week is what the latest I heard, around the 8th or 9th.
For those board members who would like to see some type of language change in House Bill 1512, or is it 1526? 1512. If you would submit that to Deanna and copy all the board members, I think that would be appreciated so that we can get a cohesive statement out to budget, so that we can properly spend the monies made available.
I don't know.
It won't affect this cycle of will.
Can we do that
No, we
within a
didn't
week?
affect this cycle.
Can we do it in a week?
The only thing is, I need, like, the board would all have to somehow approve what the language is gonna be into
So
it.
then that would be the 2-week meeting.
That beats.
And the hearings are so, they may change, unfortunately, but we just don't know for sure, like when.
This may sound off the wall, but the legislature does a lot of stuff off the wall. If this bill is going through now, had language in it that would encompass some of the discussion we've had here about making it available statewide, or even making this money available for the criteria that we use normally in our grant cycle to take care of that double dipping on material being collected and make that bill retroactive. I mean, they do it all the time. So that this fits with current grant cycle included, my point. They could just pass the bill and say it's retroactive to the grant cycle we're in now. Have it solved.
But the original bill did that. The original bill that created this.
It's,
Yeah. Well, you need to make the changes so they can.
yeah.
Well, let's set a course of action. We'll get serious about this. First and foremost, thank you very much to all the applicants. I thought every application either, had merit to it. If you don't get funded from this application process, strongly recommend you go to the Recycling Market Development Board and look at reapplying through that process. They were all very nicely done. We spent a lot of time reviewing them, and thank you for your travels and your presentations today. It's been greatly appreciated, and your efforts to increase our recycling rate is extremely appreciated. So with that said, now let's talk about this statement. Is this something that the board wants to continue to work on today so that we could submit to the budget committee so that we have a more favorable language available to us to consider when awarding these larger amounts?
I'm not sure that I could
Be prepared to.
get to a point of saying I have this specific language that I support in the time that I have left today.
Okay. Any other comments?
I'd be willing to sit here until it's done.
Terry's buying lunch.
Another option is to appoint a board member to be at the hearing. But that board member would also then need to know what to say. So you still come.
How many do we have to have present? to have a public meeting? We have to have a majority. Working Terry True.
It's nine voting members, I think.
Five is a quorum. I don't, is that what our remote policy says?
I don't know. Is Kathy still online?
She is. I'm pulling up the policy.
A mixed hybrid remote.
Right.
Mr. Chair, I do have to step away on job interviews. I have to go.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, sir.
I'm getting there. It's loading. The minimum number of RMDB voting members who must be physically present at the place where the meeting is conducted must be the greater of A, 2 or B, 1/3 of the members.
Okay,
So at least three.
three's reasonable.
Three. Oh, wait, there's three. Two, you need to be present.
I think we thought that through.
Yes. So. Now the timing. Are we saying that 3 weeks is, or 2 weeks is too long?
Yes, for that, I think.
Yeah, if you also want to discuss the,
So let's. Have a,
So we're proposing to have a work session ahead of the 2 weeks, right? Is what I'm saying. Is
Correct.
A small group work session to potentially draft a statement to that supports our stance and our request and our ask to adjust, amend the potential House Bill 1512 if ahead of, or even if it's being presented in committee, right?
I believe you've captured it
Okay.
Get together, and figure it out.
now.
And that's even if it's being read.
Right. Now, Terry. Terry wants to stay until the cows come home.
Carrie's willing to say that.
Yeah. Now, Terry, is there any other day within the next week that you're available?
I will make any date you want.
Because to do this, we have to advertise a public meeting if we don't do
This,
it
would
today.
this be a public meeting? If it's just a small group?
Yes. Anything over 2.
Anything over 3?
No, that's the minimum. What we're
Raise the
saying.
minimum present.
Yeah, for remote.
I
Difference
can talk to
between
you,
quorum and public
but
meeting.
if I talk to you and Terry at the same time, it has to be a public meeting.
Got it,
Yeah.
okay, great. I see.
Make myself available any day this week. Or, I'm sorry, next week.
next week. Only time,
I'm out Monday and Tuesday on a work trip. Wednesday's not great.
Monday.
I'm open for you guys.
I've got Friday.
Friday of next week.
I think, so I wish we knew what time, because I really thought that the last time I talked to our legislative liaison, he mentioned it. Oh. Do you remember? I thought the 8th too, but then I talked, the environmental rules committee only meets on Monday, Tuesday.
Can you confirm, Deanna, and then get back to the board and say, okay, hey, what can I do? Because I'm in California all next week.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if the board wants to say, this is another like. I can get back to you if the board just wants to confirm that they want to set up this meeting next week. I'm so confusing, I know.
So there is one thing of a group session to get together to possibly discuss a draft of a letter to encourage the state house to better clarify or redraft this House bill. And then and that's a work session group. But then there is a meeting in 2 weeks to finish what we tabled today. And these are the current proposals that are in play.
But they both have to be public meetings.
Yes.
Yes, they do.
So you have some notification that's timed 48 hours or something.
It's, yeah, I believe it's, Kathy, do you know the location? I believe it's,
I don't know the time, but it does have to be posted ahead of time,
I think it's posted the day before ahead of
at
time.
least. Mhm.
Or the group session is about the frustration, I don't know, frustration or the confusion in the language and the definitions that were brought, right? The more clarifications of direction. We'll cut things off.
Would it also be helpful to get a hold of, have the legislative liaison get a hold of your chairman of the environmental committees in both the Senate and the House and tell them our concerns? So that they don't.
Well, that's the problem. I think Terry, the problem is what the thing is what we're trying to say is that group session is to draft what those concerns are, but both point those out, right?
It's a timing thing because if the chairman of those two committees understand that we have concerns and would like to help, maybe they'll, I don't know how much they can slow it down. But
are you saying?
I've already mentioned to our legislative liaison that it would be recommended to reach out to the board for comment, so they are aware that that's, there is concern, but then, as
Well, the
he
bottom
said, we
line
need to
is-
know what the concerns are.
Bottom line, House Bill 1226 is not going to change. The language will still be there. We have these grants to award in 2 weeks.
Yes.
And
Yes.
the next $4 million potentially, that could be out there for award. We want to make sure that the language is less stringent or more flexible, if you will.
Or better defined.
Yes, thank you. Okay.
So do we want to email to schedule a meeting?
The court sounds like we need to do, like a doodle poll, right? I don't know.
You're out Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah.
And I can look on my end to see if it's been scheduled for hearing yet.
Yeah, if
That'll help inform when we, best time to meet.
ideally, it would be lovely if we could just wait and have this all discussed in 2 weeks.
Right.
Deanna, maybe it'd be a good idea to invite the liaison to attend the board meeting or the work session.
I agree. If he's available, he's very busy doing the session. Yeah.
Surely.
So at this point in time, then we'll look at everything in the next 2 weeks. Unless we need to meet prior to that. That makes sense?
Yeah. Can you send us the language as it stands with that 1512?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Lutz?
Make a motion to adjourn. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I jumped in a little bit too early, sorry.
No,
Oh, you caught me.
I just want to make sure the board members are comfortable with that schedule.
I think so.
Hearing no objections. Now I will ask for a motion to
I make
adjourn.
a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
That's pretty well done over there, wasn't it? Thank you, Mr. Lutz and Mr. Gratz. Any further discussion on that? All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you all very much. thank all of you for, that were in attendance today. And appreciate all of your input.
Yeah.
You're right.
You know what, guys?
I